Hello and welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
How's it warming up your face with your tea?
It's good. It's steeping right now. It's actually Everest oolong tea. So I'm quite excited about it. Thank you for asking.
Very nice. Very exciting. We are super excited to be playing tonight. We're gonna have a really fun episode. We get to meet some archdevils today, maybe, and go through hell or something like that. Who knows? We'll see what fun stuff we
It's
get
gonna
up
be
to
hot.
today.
DM, why do you feel the need this particular episode to mention, especially so that's going to be a really fun episode?
Because it's going to be terrible.
Because I'm trying to do this like
Shouldn't
thing
we encourage
with, like,
this behavior, Drew?
engaging, intros that are kind of more fun and dynamic, and they're not
This is
just
the least
the
of
same
it.
Oh my
thing every
god, a
time.
whole bird? No way.
Wow.
It's
What's it
come to tell
saying?
me that you can find us on other social media platforms. You can find us on
Such a good
Instagram,
segue.
TikTok, Twitter, and possibly Facebook as well, right? It nodded, but you can't see it.
Sweet.
Well done.
Thank you for that interrupted announcement. We appreciate it. Aaron has
very
our next
good.
announcement.
First off, we have a Discord. If you're not in it already, I frankly don't know what's wrong with you. It's great over there. That's how you'll know when we go live and stuff. It's all sorts of fun times. People are really good. I've been learning soup recipes. Very excited about it.
Super.
On top of that, we also have a website, www.thepaperdungeon.com. On that website, we have a merch store where you can buy merch that has our logo on it and other cool stuff like that. We're working on new stuff. It's going to be great. Speaking of merch stores, Lydia Corinne also has a merch store where you can buy her art. Lydia does all of our overlays, all of our character art. She's very good at her job. You can also commission your own art instead of just buying it on like shirts and pillows and stuff like
Lydia,
that.
why do you look like you're getting ready to rob a bank?
Because she might be. On to the next part.
True.
Because I have
There-
three
that's more
announcements
like
this
it.
week, which is uncommon. Check out On the DMs Guild, a little project that I was working on called the Mist Manuscripts. It's a really cool little area. It's a lot like Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. It covers a lot of dark domains. I worked on it with a bunch of people. It's super awesome. All proceeds from now until Halloween will be matched by me and several other people, and all of the proceeds from now until forever will go towards Jasper's Game Day that works with suicide prevention and like donating to people who have been affected by losing a loved one and stuff like that. So what we recommend is pay the recommended price of like $1.50. It's pay what you want, and then donate the rest of however much you want to Jasper's Game Day. So go do that. It's a super great cause. I had a lot of fun. It's a little piece of the Paper Dungeon in your own home.
Very nice. Grant has our next announcement.
Hello, everybody. And thank you for listening to the professional podcast, The Paper Dungeon. If you're listening on podcasts, I'm happy you're here. Thank you for listening. Stop by sometime while we're live. If you're watching on YouTube, hello, you can see me waving. I'm glad you're here as well. Today, we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can actually get a free subscription on Twitch. So if you show up to stream live or even when we're not live, you can subscribe, support us for free. It's a great time. Thank you all for being here. And everybody in chat right now, I see you. I'm watching.
We see all of you, even the lurkers.
Thank you very much. Another quick thing. We have been going through our third season of Between the Rows, Sins of the Father. This is a great little side horror series that we do every Halloween. It's a consistent story, so they're all building off of one another, but they're all independent seasons, so you don't have to watch the other ones to watch this season. This upcoming Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time will be episode 4 out of 6 total episodes. So definitely go check that out. It's super awesome. I think this is the one where we all die or something like that.
Yeah, probably. That's like most of them.
That's most of them.
Spoilers.
Sorry. Definitely go check that one out. It'll be the same thing next Wednesday for episode 5. And then on Halloween Day, Monday the 31st, we will be airing the season finale of Between the Rows. So if you come here expecting a main campaign episode on the 31st, you're not going to get that. You're going to get an even better episode, which is the season finale. We're super stoked. I was going to say we recorded already and it was awesome, but we haven't done that. But we're getting ready to record it and it's going to be absolutely amazing. So definitely come check that out.
Yes.
It's going to be great. And I do believe that is all of our announcements. Am I correct,
Yep.
my friends?
Yeah, I think that's it. Good work,
I
team.
think the only other thing is the Between the Rows is it's the farther we get in, it gets a little bit more adult, a little bit darker. So be prepared for that. There will be a warning before the like real intense episodes. But just keep that in mind. So
It's true.
Thanks, Aaron.
with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into tonight's episode of The Paper Dungeon. Drew, roll the clip.
Welcome to Nico Muris, a world of lost legend and forgotten lore. As the world, still recovering from the decimation of the trial, approaches the turn of the century, ancient evil returns with a lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us into a planar conspiracy as powers beyond your imagination plot the downfall of all that is right and good. 3 years have passed since our heroes fought a war to reclaim a fallen land. Now, they must once again take up arms and write a new story, a tale of glory, fear, and fortune, as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right. So, last week, I must make a formal apology to my players and to the audience. My recap last week was like 10 minutes long because I
It's like a
recapped
novel,
like
dude.
all 8 episodes.
That was
Love
like
a
reading
thorough
through 20,000
King.
Leagues Under the
Yeah.
Sea.
It was a long recap. So I'm going to shorten it up a little bit. We're not going to go quite
I
as far
appreciate
back.
the recaps, TM.
Well,
You know me.
the funny thing about it is I have to do the long recap so that I remember what happened. I
Yeah.
get like halfway through the recap and I go, oh yeah, that also happened.
Yeah,
wait.
yada, yada, yada. At 7,
Yeah.
I was born without
Stick
a
to the
face.
script, DJ. Stick to the script.
So, in recent episodes, we finally have gotten Cather back from the city of Sigil, the interdimensional city of Sigil. Having gotten him back, the party proceeded to reconnect, hang out a little bit, get back to the material plane, and begin making plans for what they were going to do next. Originally thinking that they were going to continue to pursue parts of the rod. Aaron, stop it. They originally thought that they were going to be searching for parts of the rod. And so they figured out where the third part is, a part named Justitia. They believe it is in the Valley of Kings in East Bravania. But deciding that they wanted to visit Athala and get some divine wisdom on the subject as well, they then proceeded to Athala, where they hung out at an area known as the Home of the Gods, which is a place for with temples for all of the different divine domains. The main events that happened during this time was when Renaya and Cather went to visit Saradol, one of the prime goddesses of the pantheon. She's one of the 2 daughters of Lanantari. She's one of the most powerful goddesses. They went and visited her, hoping that she'd be able to help with the curse that was currently bestowed upon Renaya for having engaged with the second part of the rod, Lex. They did manage to commune with her, and they were able to get a variety of different information. They learned a little bit more about the purpose of the rod and how, while it is an extremely powerful object, its really sole purpose is death and destruction, and it's not going to be something that you'd be able to control to, say, slay Baphomet. She then strongly encouraged that you guys no longer pursue the rod, as, like she said, it is just a tool of death and destruction, and it's not meant to be used again. She then lifted the curse that you had to kind of wipe the slate clean, and then sent you guys on your way with some divine wisdom and inspiration. Having gotten that, you guys decided that searching for the parts of the rod might not be the best idea, but the one part that you do know should be protected in some sort of way, or at least spied upon to make sure that other forces of darkness aren't also looking for that. So Leshka volunteered to put together a little task force to go search for the rod, and not per se discover it, but just make sure that others aren't discovering it, basically. And so Leshka left us, and this left the party kind of in a state of limbo, not really sure what to do next or how to pursue different things. they decided the most present issues are twofold. Finding more so about what the Fae's intention are for opening up different portals and allowing for outer player beings, and for dealing with Baphomet and the current hold that he has on Renaya. Deciding to really focus on that one, Abinthy thought of a few different things that could potentially help, specifically the Dagger of First Death, the dagger that Asmodeus used to kill Origol way back during the Age of Pandemonium, or at the beginning of the Age of Pandemonium, and triggered that whole event. It is an extremely powerful magic object that allows for interplanar deities and related deities to more easily have conflict with each other instead of having to follow some of the divine rules, so on and so forth, divine politics, the whole 9 yards. They decided that they must get this item. So they went and talked to Gratz to see if he would know anything about it, as it's his father's dagger. He knew a little bit about it. They also decided to talk to Glacia, Gratz's sister, and the daughter of Asmodeus, lover of our boy Triplewitz, to see if she knew any information. And being a little bit more connected to her father and a little more informed about his dealings and all that, she did know that the information that Gratz had was not truly accurate. The dagger had been stolen from Asmodeus, which is where Gratz thought it was. It was stolen by the demoted pit fiends Bel, the previous ruler of Avernus, the first layer of hell. So you guys decided to try and call in Zariel, the current ruler of Avernus, to see if she could give you information on the whereabouts of Bel and potentially ways that you could get this dagger from him so that you could use it against Baphomet, maybe not in the near future, but in the future nonetheless. So you guys have been hanging out. You knew that you had at least a couple of days before Zariel would be able to make it to a meeting with you all. So we're going to start in the middle of that. We ended one of the nights when we left off last episode. Is there anything that you guys would like to do before we get into that meeting?
I don't think Edward does anything in particular. Just kind of stays out of the way, I guess. Tries to have good times with his friends gathered again when he can, I suppose.
You play the Pocket song a lot, and Pocket pulls out the things.
I do. Whenever I see Pockets, actually, I'll start playing the Pockets. I got a Pocket, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cather would like to go solo Baphomet. That way he doesn't have to share the XP gains.
I would like to solo Cather.
Nice.
Let's go.
Abinthy plays the Devil's Twister with Glacia several times.
The devil.
We're gonna keep this PG-13, and I'm not gonna describe that.
I would like to rehash our plan.
That's a great idea because I don't know the details.
Like what aspect of the plan?
Like,
what
The
is
plan.
the plan?
okay,
Like,
okay,
what
ready.
is the
We're
plan?
gonna get in the zone. Ready? Okay.
Okay.
One
So
of the days, we're all
It is
sitting
time
there,
to
right?
plan.
And Renaya just
Maybe
goes,
the eve of or something. That sounds cool.
"Okay, so like this is happening. So what are we trying to do here? What's the game plan?"
Okay, so if I remember correctly, it's been a while, and I have been drunk for most of these days. We are going to contact Zariel.
Already done.
Yes, she
did
will
that.
show up. We will meet with Zariel.
Yes.
We'll pull her away, whatever. The goal is we are going to entrance her with a twofold benefit for her, in which we are going to take away a powerful weapon from her rival, Bel. Well, rival, a potential enemy or guaranteed enemy, Bel. And then we are going to use that weapon to get rid of a guaranteed, very painful enemy, Baphomet.
Right.
And
Or
in
perhaps
doing
stop the
so-
anathema with it.
Well, I don't think they care about
Well,
that.
she doesn't care about that, but yes.
But yes, our
I'm following.
plans include also killing other things with said dagger. But in order to entrance Zariel with our offer, those are our two
Yes.
main selling points.
Okay.
Yes.
Also,
Okay.
you as the Allah.
Allah.
Yes. Okay.
I'm still new to the word. are going to be our linchpin of it's like, what says that you can do that? And you can say, this billion-year-old prophecy that is me,
Okay. Yep. Right.
and then everything will go fine, and I'm sure that nothing will possibly... From what I know of Zariel,
What could possibly go wrong?
she's not really a big negotiator, so it's kind of a pass-fail quiz.
Okay.
So we just need to... let's say perchance that if life was a board game where everything was just rolls of the die,
Uh-huh.
we want to roll
Or
high
maybe a
numbers.
spinner of sorts,
Okay.
like a spinner
No,
that you
spinner,
spin.
we don't take those here. Those are not kosher.
Those are not.
No,
Right.
I just
No,
I feel
no.
like if there's a game of
Okay.
life,
Edward,
they have a
Edward,
spinner
when you,
instead.
It's like it's kind of like those. You remember those small numbered polyhedrons that you carry sometimes?
Yes, the set of 7.
You roll
Yes.
those and you try to get high numbers.
We
on
want
that.
to get high numbers if this were a game.
Okay, I'm following.
And preferably, since a lot of this is going to be conversation, I'm going to leave a lot of it to you, and I'm just going to
Okay.
support you from
Wait, are you-
from a fair
I mean,
distance.
okay, out of the four of us, which of
Um,
us feels like we're best at talking? Probably Edward,
Well,
right?
here's the
Excellent
deal. I'm kind of pissed at this situation. I have a lot of passion in this, so I think I've got this. If that's okay.
I believe.
I'll back
If
you
If
up,
I
I
need
guess.
support,
100%.
if I need backed up, no,
By all means.
Yes,
have my
we
back.
will.
Go for it.
I know I will perform a support role. I'm not sure if you've known. I'm not exactly incredibly charismatic.
Can we just be careful not to make her angry? Right, this isn't a challenge. This is just
Unless
Oh,
This
I
is
don't
a
want to
favor.
challenge her. I want her on my
Okay.
side.
Okay, oh good.
Yeah, where have
Why-
you been, Edwin?
This is these are the two episodes where Lydia just gets all like the girl boss arc devils just on like in
Listen.
like
Oh my
in like
gosh,
her
it's
group
the
chat.
scene.
I
It's
have
the
been I have been your squishy, heart lovable Renaya for the longest time. Now the claws are coming out.
Hey, I'm all for it. I am not in conversation. If you want me to shoot a spell at someone, I can do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll
By the way,
we'll
just for
back.
just for the sake of canon, Glossia is here and she's not been paying attention. She's just been playing with Triple Witch's hair.
Love it.
I'm
So
into
cute.
it.
I ship it.
Thank goodness.
Gross.
Yeah, we'll just back you up if you want to.
Yeah, you got it.
You
Okay.
do your thing.
If you at any point in time need support, you can just you can pull one of these. And we are in. Other than that, you're all good. Oh Christ, I
Alright.
can't hear.
Just
You
just
know,
do a
I-
really
Wonderful.
really really subtle wink. You know, just like
Yes, and I will be honest. Although I feel quite confident talking to other people, I've never had to persuade a demon of, sorry, devil. I'm sorry. He like motions to
Glossia looks
Glossia.
over.
I'm sorry. A devil. I've never had to persuade a devil, so that makes me nervous. And you know far better than I or any of us. So if there's anything that we can do to help, please just tell us.
I
Because
will say, as a
Music,
diplomat,
I can
you're
do that.
probably our best number 2 here.
me,
So if anyone needs
Right.
to sub in or
I
support
can
with the
I
words,
sound good.
you've probably got round 2.
I'm
But Renaya,
just
you're the
saying-
one.
Just
You got
saying,
this.
Abinthy, I have about I on a scale of like 0 to 20, I put myself at about 17.
I'm just saying,
That's really high.
we're going to be talking to a devil. The best one to do that is another fiend.
True.
Point around it. The second best is
Nice.
the closest thing to it, a politician. The third best is probably going to be the cleric, the like holy one. So, and then I'm
Oh,
somewhere. I don't know
Plus-
where I am on the scale.
Lydia is my second least favorite person to argue with in D&D. So
Who's your first least
Aaron.
favorite
Aaron, oh
person?
my gosh,
Aaron's the
Oh.
worst
I
person. to
hate going
argue.
head to head with Aaron in
not
roleplay
fun.
battles. I'm like, I have to scrounge every inch of my brain on D&D knowledge just to make sure that I like kind of keep up with him. So yeah, anyway.
I shall strike them down mentally, break them.
All right.
Got our plan?
Cool. Got it.
And then the rest will wing. My favorite thing to do.
So
Oh boy.
Sounds
as
great.
as we wait, Catherine's just gonna like go over like what he assumes to be not super close to where the conversation will be happening. He's just gonna lean against the wall and just kind of chill.
Look real cool.
He just looks like Cowboy Bebop, that guy.
Sure.
That's like
I have
literally
no
the
idea
lean
who
he's doing with the leg up.
I've never seen
has a cigarette.
that anime, but sure.
You look like a fifth wave emo.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Super
always.
edge. That's true.
It's every other episode. Let's be real.
So-
we prep. We're ready.
Cather, Ebb, and Thrash.
You guys wait the rest of the designated time. We'll say that this conversation was on the eve of your meeting. The following day, you guys awake. You prepare. You see Glacia. As you guys awake, you quickly notice that the top layer of this prison is not the same as it was. You guys aren't in your individual rooms like you were when you went to sleep. You're just all in beds that are lined up along Glacia's main suite. As you wake up, you kind of confusingly get up and go to bed, or get out of bed and go look down the hall to where your room should have been, and there is that door has become a door along the back wall of a large banquet hall, where there's a massive table, 2 massive chairs along with benches along the sides for you guys to sit at. There are flaming torches everywhere. There's literally where are the coffins with the spikes in it?
Iron Maidens.
Iron Maidens. There's Iron Maidens as decor lining the walls.
So it's like
band.
Gru. It's like Gru's house.
Yes, but like actually evil and not just like cartoon evil.
Okay.
It seems your girlfriend is good at renovation.
I have no idea. I can take that.
I like
but
what
to me,
she's
however
done with
you
the
will.
place.
Yeah, Abinthy crawls out of Glossy's bed, real and like just covering himself with the blanket. Says, "I'm going to go change into my garments."
All right.
Did everybody
so
just see that?
turn
I'm going to
into
pretend I didn't.
the other two, and trying to erase Abinthy from his mind.
You guys will never get the image of Abinthy's tushy out of your brain.
I have rented a timeshare in your mind. I visited.
No, you're
on the
living rent
holidays.
free, my friend.
No.
Ooh, maybe in Edwards.
Anyway,
Free real
So-
estate, man.
so how do we think like fully armed, kind of armed, casual, fine
Glacia,
attire?
not carrying at all, gets also out of bed and has nothing on.
Well, it's
Doesn't-
good that Cather's back is to her, so it's fine.
I would
Yeah,
recommend
Edward's definitely looking away.
it will not be insulting to her, as she will also be fully armed, and should push come to shove, you'll want your weapons of him.
Fair. I like that argument.
And all I need is my flute. I can look pretty unassuming. Need be.
I mean, you have that like fancy new rapier, right?
Yeah, yes, actually, it's really good. I can just say a word and it appears in my hand. I forget about it all the time.
That's really convenient, though.
It's pretty convenient. Something that I forget.
I believe she should be arriving at any moment, so prepare yourselves and we will get started.
Maybe should it just be Renaya at first? Edward's clearly nervous.
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, I think that we should all be in the same room, but I mean,
Did you see the banquet
sub
hall that
in.
she just that was made
Yeah.
overnight?
Yes, and I also saw the Iron Maidens, which makes me nervous.
oh,
You're
then
not
I'm
gonna
back.
go
fine,
for the
right?
Iron Maidens, Edward. You're just
The
gonna sit
last
at
time
the table.
someone was thrown into an Iron Maiden was only like 3 meetings ago, so it should
And
be.
they almost lived.
It was real close.
I mean, you would definitely live, Edward.
You're thin enough.
Think-
the spikes
think
would
so?
barely penetrate you. It would be fine.
I don't want to think about it. Let's just get this thing over with.
Yes. I am prepared.
Beautiful.
We prepare and take our seats at the table.
You
Okay,
look
perfect.
real cool.
Glacia sits at one head of the table with Triplewitz to her right because he's her right hand man.
Yeah.
Renaya, you're gonna sit next to Triplewitz, closest to Zariel, and then Catherine and Edward will be on the other side.
Let's
The
go.
4 of you are on benches while Glacia and Zariel have kind of these very tall, regal, high-backed chairs at the head and foot of the table.
I was picturing like, you know, in the Incredibles, that like giant dining
Yeah,
table in that
100%.
lava room. It's
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah.
So are we just on like one side of it?
Yeah, it's
Like,
like
just-
Glacia,
okay.
the four of you,
That's
and
what I-
then Zariel way over
Yeah,
there.
gotcha.
Although she hasn't arrived quite yet. You guys sit and wait for a few more minutes in really awkward silence. Every once in a while, Glacia like whispers something to Triplewits, and they just kind of like giggle to each other.
Is there also a lava wall like there is in the Incredibles?
You know what? There is now.
Yes. There's a secret
love
passage back
terrain
there. We have to
difficulties.
find the.
There,
we have to
there
find
is
the
3
thing.
Iron Maidens on this side, and there's just a wall of literal infernal flame.
Tell me, there's Easter Island heads, really big ones.
Really big
Catherine-
one. It's a little
Catherine-
too on the nose. you
Catherine
know?
walks over and lifts up one of the Iron Maidens and tries to ram his way through.
Edward leans over and tries to whisper a joke to Cather to make it feel less awkward, and it does not land. I just want to
What's
point that
the-
out.
What was the
Oh,
Do I have to
got
come up
him.
with one?
Got him.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Psst. Psst.
What?
Cather,
What?
you want to hear a joke?
Sure.
Okay. What do you call a raven that's lost? Well, you don't call it a rave when, you call it a rave where. You get it? It's wordplay.
At this moment, out of the wall of fire,
I did just make that up, by the way.
I'm
We
really
can
proud.
tell.
That was actually pretty good. I liked
you.
it.
I just
almost
rolled
laughed.
with it. We got
I
somewhere.
almost laughed. Out of the
I
wall
love
of fire,
wordplay.
you guys watch as what would have at one point been an incredibly beautiful angel of a woman step through now is this incredibly terrifying, scarred and disfigured woman, completely bald with white hair as pale as like a sheet of paper, like
How can she
literally
be
just like
bald with
ghostly
hair?
white. What was that?
You said bald, but she has white hair.
No, her skin is white.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes. Skin very white. Her eyes are just like ever so slightly too big. And they're just this black recesses of an endless void. She
Sounds
is
like a Dark
bowed-
Souls boss.
kind of. She has scars adorning her face and her neck, and what you can assume would be the rest of her body, aside from the fact that she is in infernal full plate. These massive gauntlets and armor and shoulder pads, all adorned with spikes and little spines and horns. Very well used battle armor as well. She has these massive black feathered wings that spread from her back that are constantly molting different feathers as she walks. There's always like a small trail of these dying and decaying feathers that constantly, literally like wither within seconds before disappearing as they touch the ground. Floating from her, you see a variety of chains with different claws that just ever so slightly emanate from her and float beyond her, coming off of her backside. She steps through the portal, hand on her hilt, along with 2 other bone devils off to each side of her, which are these massive, terrifying looking, like, think like spiny bone dragons is kind of what a bone devil looks like. They're horrifying. She steps through before giving a brief nod to Glacia and then going and sitting at the other end. So, you summoned me here?
First, Renaya's gonna look to Glacia and see if Glacia is gonna say anything.
Glacia will just raise a hand ever so slightly. Yes, Zarya, we did summon you here. I would like to introduce you to the Halak of the Demon Prophecies. And she points to Renaya and her friends as she kind of gestures to the rest of you. They have come to make a deal with you. I am simply here to broker. Renaya? Azariel, not saying anything, turns to look directly at you.
Renaya does like nod her head. She does like keep eye contact with Zariel though.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we want to make a bit of a deal with you. We are looking for the dagger of first death. I'm trying to like read any
Go ahead and
reactions.
go ahead and make an insight check.
To the Halak and to the dagger's name.
Perfect. Go ahead and make an insight check. One thing that I'll just give you right away. Zariel has played the fiendish politics game for a very, very long time. And so her face, if there's any reaction at all, it's very subtle, like twitches and like recognition in the eyes, but it's never going to be a like cock of the head or like scrunching of the eyebrows, like never any like defined, definite, like, oh, I'm curious or I know something. Just because she's spent so long having to work her way up to the position that she is in, and she has so many people that want to usurp her that she tries actively to not give away information.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you get?
I got a 23.
I mean, but if you're gonna get a 23, like, you know,
Like,
just
plus
be the best
10 is
alive.
pretty bonkers, you know.
Renaya is like the Daniel Negreanu of the D&D world. She just
Yeah,
reads
exactly.
people.
Look,
Does anybody know who that is?
I
Here?
hope
I
not.
don't.
I
Kid
don't.
Poker?
I read
Okay,
people.
Yeah.
You see, so you're looking at the Halak and the dagger for death, that's right?
Yeah, those are the.
You see, she knew that you were the Halak, and so like going into the meeting, that's part of what got her here. And so the Halak doesn't trigger really anything. She already knew that was a thing. It wasn't a surprise to her. Looking for the dagger of first death, though, you see two emotions, both together and opposite: curiosity and confusion. Curiosity at the fact that you're looking for this dagger at all, and confusion as to why you think that she'd let supposedly the weapon of her enemy get one of the most powerful artifacts that she could potentially give away.
Oh God. Okay.
Actually, it's the opposite.
I mean, this is all according to plan, so it's perfect.
I'm the Halak, and I know you know what that entails, at least the basics of it. Who really knows the details? But I need this dagger so I can kill Baphomet.
You wish to have the dagger of first death to kill your king.
He is not my king.
And yet you are the Halak, the weapon of the enemy. Most
the
likely,
Halak.
my
I am
greatest
the
enemies.
end. I am the end of the Blood Wars.
Why should I give this to you? If I even know anything at all.
Well, Baphomet is one of the strongest demon princes, if not the strongest. Stop him. That'll give you a great advantage. Would it not?
Potentially.
And then this dagger is no longer in the hands of Bell? Is that his name?
You do see, with your 23, she is surprised that you know that Belle has it. Belle is a close advisor of mine. It would be a great betrayal for me to give you one of his prizes.
But I am a great asset to you as well. The demon princes believe what you believe. I'm their advantage. I don't
But
want
you
to be
wish to
their
be mine.
advantage. Yes.
That is a dangerous proposition. So, you wish to take the weapon of one of my advisors in exchange for your services, and so that you can kill Baphomet, the king of my enemies. What exactly are you prepared to offer in your services?
I don't have much except a demon prince title, strong connections to several demon princes, and, you know, kind of stopped a war a little bit ago. Got some connections with gods too, the Fae. I'm on the material plane. I have a bit of a reputation, kind of deal.
Her like book of
Just-
her address book
I'm
is
kind of a big
so
deal,
kind of a big
know.
deal. No.
stacked. So stacked.
She fulfills
Um,
the role of being the least famous person in a room with celebrities.
Look,
Like Adam Sandler.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
the secretly most famous.
Oh yes.
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Bars.
Go ahead and roll a precision check.
You got it, Renaya.
Where's persuasion? Alphabet. Okay, that's a 22.
22.
22.
Plus, I'm cute.
That's
Terrifying.
fast.
That's a great.
In
callback
war,
right there.
it doesn't get you anything.
I'm kidding. That actually got me a demon prince boyfriend. But...
And
Show her the blood. Show her your black blood. Just kidding. I don't know how that
yeah,
would
by the
work.
way, I grew up in a cult and things. It's complicated. Anyway.
Also, let me share my whole history.
Glacia just ever so slightly reaches her hand and rests it on yours, Renaya.
No,
Like,
Renaya's not doing anything.
she's got it. She's
Edward
okay.
is spilling Renaya's whole origin story.
Glacia, I find it very interesting that you are willing to let your father's dagger fall into the hands of a demon. You know that my affinity for my father is none. As much as we serve Asmodeus, we do not all love him the way you do. Zariel ever so slightly smirks. I cannot give you the dagger. But if you were to receive it with information that I happen to let slip, I would not be upset. Having the halak in my pocket is a distinct advantage, and undermining my treacherous advisors is a game I do like to play.
Apathy's going to give the look to Glossia, like, can I say a thing? Honey, can I say something?
Glacia, you watch a lot of things happen in like 10 seconds. Zariel's talking. Glacia ever so slightly raises her hand, and Zariel, you watch like the rage of hell go through Zariel's eyes at the audacity to be interrupted but also the fact that it's Glossia interrupting her. And you guys watch the power dynamic and the struggle of power. The tension in the room thickens palpably.
Probably.
It's like the scene in Shrek 3 when Harold, or Shrek 2, when Harold and Shrek are angry at each other at the dinner table.
You know, like you can cut through the tension with a knife in front of you. Before Zariel just closes her mouth and sits there, and you watch as she's like white knuckle gripping one of the blades at her hip before Glossia turns to you, Triplet. Would you have something to add, my love?
I don't want to be too intrusive. I apologize greatly. I will say this deal seems fantastic, except for one thing, and that's that it seems very slightly skewed in the very gracious Zariel's favor. I would only recommend that it would be one favor from the Halak rather than eternal servitude. I have been in contracts with many devils before. That's just something I really want to get across. That is not a thing that we are looking for. And frankly, we are getting rid of 2 of your enemies. And a favor, that seems like quite a bit for just some information. Totally fair, rather than eternal servitude, which is what we're currently trying to get Renai out of.
Abinthy dies on the spot.
Zariel snaps, he erupts in flames.
Renaya does like clear her throat a little bit.
I don't mean to intrude. If you're okay with eternal servitude, feel free.
I won't be a servant, but I will be an ally.
Roll an insight check. Or a perception.
Fortnite dances.
Actually, I want both Renai and Triplewitz to do it. Insight or perception.
Can Catherine make an insight check?
I will not be a servant, but I will be an ally.
I'll tell you what they say. You guys will be able to see it. I just want to see if Triplewitz specifically sees it.
This is insight
Or perception.
That's still the same amount. Come on, baby.
Come on, Dice, you can do it.
Ooh.
Child.
Ooh.
Things are
25.
Okay.
27.
Ooh.
28.
You
The fact that I
guys-
got close is a miracle.
You guys look as there is once again controlled rage in the back of Zariel's eyes, as she definitely was on the road to internal slavery with you, Renaya, and was, if you hadn't said anything, that was going to be the deal, until Triplewitz interjected and kind of rearranged the dimensions of the contract. She's not happy with you, Triplewitz, at all. In fact, she kind of hates you at this point.
Okay, I don't want to be this guy. Still kind of hot.
Join the club.
I'm just
A lot
saying.
of people don't like Abinthy.
Yeah, get on the list.
Abinthy's
bucko.
a little slime ball.
I am kind of a bad person.
Of course. Eternal servitude would never be what I expected from you. Total lie. Total lie.
We
Ab.
would never expect you to stoop so low.
So,
Man, Abinthy is playing with fire. Literally.
I thank you very much. I literally dance with the devil almost nightly.
Abinthy,
so
you're at 10. I need you to be at like a 4.
4. My dial starts at a 6.
oh my God. So, you will kill Baphomet. Will you kill Bell?
I look at Renaya.
yeah, everyone just turns back to like Renai and Glossia.
Yeah,
right?
If Renaya looks back,
It's-
I will read whatever you want.
It's a total board meeting where you have the head of the board and like the second in command, and everyone's like looking at Zariel, Renaya, looking at Zariel, looking at Renaya.
I will do what I need to do to get the dagger.
I suppose that's fair enough. You kill Baphomet, you potentially kill Bell, and I get a favor from you. all in exchange for information on where this dagger might be. Am I correct on the terms of our deal?
Where the dagger is, assuming that you know that.
Extent
Potentially.
of my knowledge on the location of the dagger.
Perfect. I'm all for the logistics.
Renai looks to Abinthy. Back.
I like start
He's my
sweating.
lawyer.
I'm like, oh.
He's my
Yes.
lawyer.
I am
He's my
technically
that's
Apathy
good.
Tripowitz Esquire. I ended when I was 25.
Yeah, we have.
That might be my
see,
favorite thing you've ever said about
Abinthy,
Triple
Abinthy
Wits.
is the lawyer. Cather's the bodyguard.
God.
Edward's the face
What am I?
of the party, and then Renai is the boss.
No, Renai is
You're
definitely
the one that we
face
called to
and
the
boss.
stand. You're the one
I'm
that
the
we called to the
witness.
yeah,
I
you're
am the witness.
You're
honestly.
the paid witness. You're our expert that we call to the stand when we need problems solved.
Okay, I'll take it.
You lie most of the time.
You're
but
the person
yeah.
that like writes down everything
It's
as
like
it's
real-
The
said.
stenographer?
Yes.
It's a good one.
I don't want to be that.
But you literally write down everything we do.
Don't make me the stenographer.
Hey, that
We
is an
have-
honored position.
Do we have a deal?
Looks to Abinthy.
I think real hard. DM,
Mm-hmm.
Abinthy has been around a lot of devils.
Uh-huh.
He's entered into multiple contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the obvious things that is like, okay, you're making a deal with literally a devil. Is there anything that seems severely out of place to Abinthy using all of his lawyer and now canonically Esquire knowledge?
Go ahead and make a general intelligence check.
Come on,
Aaron,
baby.
How
I
smart are
love
you
you so
in
much.
general?
Can I look over to Glossia as my advisor?
Renai looks to Abinthy. Abinthy looks to
Looks at
Glossia.
Glossia.
Glossia
Glossia looks
Cather.
around like, oh crap, I gotta make a decision.
Okay, I don't even
Cather
need
shrugs.
advantage
looks at
because
Edward.
that's a natural 20 for a 25.
Oh!
Here's what I'll say. Aaron.
That's a natural 20.
As far as the DM is aware, you guys have covered all your loopholes.
I pull out I've been writing a formal document this whole time. Oh, I wrote it, so there's no fine print. Yes, everything seems to be in order.
We have a deal.
Fantastic.
You hear from Edward's side of the table as he has pulled out a typewriter.
Yeah, nice.
Doing shorthand.
You guys,
Yeah.
you say we have a deal. One of the things you haven't noticed about Tripowitz's bag is you have noticed it, but you don't really kind of understand what it was. He has a number of different like scrolls that are tucked into his bag everywhere. Many of them are contracts with fiends and devils and stuff like that. You say we have a deal, and automatically your name, Renaya, along with Zariel's, are scribbled across the bottom of this contract that Abinthy has created, binding you, and you feel the pressure on you. You now have a divine obligation to kill Baphomet.
Done.
Nice. Good work, guys. That is a little concerning.
You watch as you guys haven't really noticed it, but along her armor, there are a number of different names, usually written in Fiendish, which is why it just looked like Fiendish symbols. You guys watch as Renaya's name gets etched into her armor as well. So
That's kind of metal.
Literally.
It
Probably.
is plate mail. I
the
just picked up on your joke. Good work.
dagger of first death. Bell typically resides in the Bronze Citadel, but I do
The
not
Bronx.
believe that is where he currently has the dagger. There is a pit.
Fiendish.
Let's see. A pit called the Maggot Pit. It is where the souls that first enter into the hells. It is where they go to be turned into fiends. At the bottom of the Maggot Pit, there is another keep fortress, a place of fiendish magics, a place where the actual transformation takes place. Bel built it when he was the Lord of the First. I believe this is a secret citadel that he resides at most of the time, as I very rarely bring him into my council. You go and find the maggot pit, enter into it, survive not being transformed into fiends, then you should be able to enter into it and find the dagger. You will have to cross almost all of Avernus.
I mean, that sounds fine to me.
Holy crap.
I mean, we do have a flying boat.
I
No fun.
nudge Glossair. I nudge Glossair and I say, honey, it's been forever since I've toured the Nine Hells.
You have been to Avernus before, Triplewitz. It is not a great place.
No,
At all.
no.
You're not excited about this.
Like, at best, you have the city of Dis, and they hate me there.
Yeah,
Like,
and that's technically on the
this
second.
city.
That's
Yeah,
technically
that's
on the second layer.
We
So-
built this city.
That joke has been made
Drew.
so many times.
Good job, Drew. That was a really
It's not
good
an
one.
original joke.
We
It's-
built this city. Do you get it?
Thank God we're not going there.
Anything else? Any other deals that anyone would like to discuss?
Oh, pff,
I'd like to make a deal. I'm just kidding.
One soul, please.
unfortunately, I'm rather taken. Perhaps another time, though.
Oh,
Are you flirting with Zenaria, whatever her name is?
No.
Zanari.
This like Dark Souls boss looking
Do you want to see what she looks
devil queen.
She does look like a Dark Souls boss.
Abinthy is
That's what I'm
attracted to
saying.
power. All right.
Oh, this is a
Like-
different rendition.
Get along so
Oh,
well.
whoa, that's a different rendition than what I've seen her before. Never mind. I can't
Don't
show you.
show us then. Maybe find something and put it in the Discord.
Grant, if you Google "Descent into Avernus,"
Okay.
that is the cover of the book is Zariel.
Okay, I'll look this up.
If there are no other deals being made, I will take my leave.
Yes, I'm sure that you have wars to get back to. Very important.
I will give one piece of advice.
Ooh.
If you are traveling across my plane, don't get caught. My troops enjoy human flesh.
On the bright side, only two of us are human.
She then stands, rejoins her two bone devils before walking through the wall of fire and disappearing.
The wall of fire.
Really, only
Renaya-
one half is human.
Renaya had stayed like really composed throughout that whole thing. As soon as she's gone, Renaya just like slumps and like lays her head down on the table.
You
We
did a
did it.
fantastic
We
job.
know
Renata.
where the
Fantastic
dagger
job.
is.
Your soul is now split between a devil and a demon.
Yes,
Light
that is
work.
true.
Look, it was not
Light
the first
work.
time. Probably won't be the last.
Probably
This
Oh
was
my
honestly
gosh,
a
is
pretty good
Renaya
deal
just
contract.
Voldemort?
These are my Horcruxes.
Also, I would like to say I have two thoughts. One, she looks really cool, dude. And two, she looks like a Fortnite skin, and I'm not even kidding. I can
No,
see it in
I
Fortnite.
hate that I can agree with you.
Yeah, very
And,
cool
hey,
though. Very
You know,
cool.
Renaya, if the whole getting rid of all of the people who own a part of your soul thing doesn't work, what I've found is if you make enough contracts where everyone is kind of at war over who gets you when you die, you can kind of eternally just keep them at bay with the debate over who wins. So
If I may
it doesn't work
interject-
to get rid of them,
Well,
I
just
think
get
that's
more.
really
that's-
bad
yeah.
advice.
I mean, but if there's really anything left of my soul, it's not much. So,
Even better, you
Maybe
can
worse
split that up into
out,
little
yeah.
pieces. It'll be great. I don't
Promise.
advise it. I'm just saying if the good thing doesn't turn out, there's a worse
I-
alternative.
Cather does turn to Glacia. Lady Glacia, do you perhaps have any advice as to how to traverse across the first plane of hell?
Uranus or something.
You are just
Vernus.
the worst.
Traveling through
The
Avernus
eighth planet or whatever.
is tricky for mortals. The air is poisonous to those who are not fiendish. There is constant flaming rubble crashing down, along with the souls of the damned crashing down. You have soldiers of platoons of fiendish soldiers who are constantly patrolling that would tear you all to shreds as soon as they saw you. You have the river Styx, which is treacherous to cross or to enter for mortals, for living
The
mortals.
river Styx is real?
The river Styx runs through all of the Lowlands. It is
I
how
always thought that was just a piece of fiction.
it is how the devils get to Avernus. Or the demons, excuse me. Demons get to Avernus. If you happen to cross the river Styx, be very, very on guard. There could be a new wave of demons entering the plane at any moment. Also, be
Hearing,
aware,
hearing of hell and stories and actually being here are very different.
I'm sure.
I'm a little concerned, not being a fiend.
Be also
Apathy,
very much aware.
you're not a fiend either, are you?
No.
Okay.
I can disguise you all.
Can you really?
Well, I don't know if I can disguise all of you. Let me hold on.
It is not per se a status, more as a biological effect.
Right, I can't alter the like poisoning air and things like that, but I can stop you guys from being detected as anything else.
I'm worried we won't be able to accompany you. If I can't even breathe the air. You know?
I think that you'll be fine. It just you know, just suck it up.
No, literally, I can't suck in the air or I will die.
Oh, it'll be fine.
That will take
I'm an
a
old
while.
man, and I'm confident that I can make it through.
Glacia, could you please talk some sense into him or something?
Edward, I can neutralize the effects of the poisonous air. So if things
Really?
do get hairy, we can last a little while.
Okay.
Two things
That
to
does
be
ease my nerves a little, I suppose.
concerned about. When traversing, be very much on guard and move slowly. The entire plane of Avernus is covered in shards of obsidian and crystal that have a knack for finding flesh.
Great.
Also,
All right, so wear my steel-toed boots when we're traveling. Good to know.
the maggot
Yeah,
pit
this is in the-
is a very dangerous place for mortals. It resides very closely to the lair of Tiamat.
I'd really prefer not.
And resides within her domain. Do not let her catch you.
Oh, I don't suppose any of us know anybody who worships. What's the dragon? The dragon god? That's
Tiamat.
No, the good
Baphomet.
one.
Aragorn.
Baphomet. The you know, that one.
Is it,
I don't know.
Silver
It's not
Bahamut.
Baphomet. It's
Aragon?
Bahamut.
Is that what it
Bahamut.
was?
That's the one.
The Hobbit.
Bahamut.
Bahamut. Such as
Bahamut.
Bahamut Overdrive.
It is Bahamut in normal D&D lore is the god of
Are
dragons.
we talking about a
and is
dragon
the-
god named Bahumbug?
and is the antithesis to Tiamat.
I don't think this
Unfortunately-
dragon exists, personally.
I get the joke. I'm not laughing. I think that we should go to the first layer of hell.
Hold
think it
on,
would
I
be
have
just
another
wonderful.
question.
Oh, good.
Let's not jump into this thing.
No, we need to go
Ah.
slow. We
Glacia?
shouldn't jump into it.
What exactly, just theoretically speaking, would happen if we did say, get caught?
We have to fight our way out.
probably be eaten.
We'd probably
turned
be
in-
tortured for eternity if not killed on spot.
Or turned into fiends like Renaya.
Okay,
It's pretty bad. I was going to say it's not as bad. It's bad.
It's bad.
I've heard
It's bad.
I've heard that the river Styx is hungry for living things, according
Do
to the
not enter the
legends.
Styx.
What?
Do not enter the Styx.
Don't we have to cross it though?
No.
Oh, that's good. I was
Hopefully not.
mishearing. Then we have to cross the
You will have to cross the river of blood, but that should be much less painful.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good.
A little blood never hurt anything.
Yeah.
Lots of blood.
Hmm.
Lots of blood.
Well, I mean, look, we're not going to accomplish anything just sitting around here. I say we just go for it. I'm not exactly
Oh
a
my
good
God.
advisor. I'm going to warn you, I do like to just do stuff.
I mean, unless
I'm scared.
I'm kind of with Abinthy. Unless there's any other information that we feel like we can think about, any other strategies we can make sure to talk about beforehand. Really, we're not going to know what we're getting into until we get there.
And we're confident we know the way, right? We're not going to get lost in the Nine Hells or anything like that.
Oh, you will probably get lost.
Just head west, follow the
This
four
just-
stars, and onwards till morning. What's there to lose?
Oh boy. I wish we had Leshka. This feels like a suicide mission. I'm
It
just
would
going to
be
say.
nice to have
It seems
Leshka.
crazy.
Hence why we bring Leshka, because he's the one that we can
He's
sacrifice.
the first
things
one to
get hairy.
die.
Hmm. It just seems a little risky is all.
I mean, you can
Us
bow
being-
out.
Loser.
Okay, I'm just trying to be realistic here.
I'm going to do this. And
Alright.
I'd like for you all to do it with me, but I also cannot honestly ask that of you all.
I mean, I'm in.
How about this? Cather, if you're certain you can keep us safe from the poisonous gases that make up the hells for us, if you're confident in that, then perhaps we could accompany until it is no longer possible. And maybe that time will never come. Maybe it'll be a breeze, right? You are the Halak after all, or so on and so forth. Maybe that will help. And
I mean,
we
I
have
can-
Glossia here to keep watch, I suppose.
Yes, I can evacuate the situation very quickly, assuming that if we all just hold hands and then click our heels 3 times, I can get us out.
Okay, we'll follow the
I mean-
yellow brick road, and we'll do what we can,
Kill a
And-
witch or 2.
and we'll stay smart, and we'll work fast, and if
Yeah.
we need to leave, we will.
If you need to leave, please do. I've gone through hell alone, I can do it again.
Okay.
Wow.
DM, can
That was a banger
I
line.
take while this conversation is happening? Can I currently unattune
Abinthy, you can't really point it out. It kind of
to my
ruins the
great
effect of it.
sword and
Sorry.
attune
Yeah,
to my
Abinthy.
cloak of
Oh,
fire
Well,
resistance?
thank you. I appreciate. Thank you.
Cather, what are you doing?
I
Sure,
mean, we've got
yeah, I'll-
tonight. Like, we don't have to go right now. We can take
I'll say,
time.
yeah, over the course of the next little bit of time, you can take your short rest to do that.
Okay, great. I appreciate you. Thank you greatly. It would have really sucked to go to hell and not be resistant to fire.
Edward does
I
1,000
mean,
push-ups.
technically, you guys are already in hell. It's just a deeper layer of hell.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
well,
it's
actually, but
we're
see,
not
we're going
resistant to jail.
You guys are going up to. You guys are going up to the most traditionally hellish landscape of hell.
Yeah.
I'm onto the highway further into hell.
Actually, technically,
On the highway
technically,
further into hell.
You guys are on your way out of hell. That's true.
technically, we're going
What?
out of hell because it's the first.
What?
We're in the 5th layer right now of hell.
I don't want to get into the logistics of it.
And then we're going to the first layer, which is
Technically,
I
further
thought you were a
out.
It
learned
doesn't
man,
matter.
Edward. You
So,
should know
in a
this.
way, we're on the
Oh.
highway to heaven.
Have you
Stairway to
never
heaven.
read Dante's Inferno?
Who's Dante?
God,
What's
Why
an
is he
inferno?
Inferno?
How did he get here?
are we going to the first layer or not?
All right,
Oh, what
let's
are we
do
doing?
it.
What are we?
These nuts.
I assume, Abinthy, you're gonna get us there. Can you do that?
Right.
I can. It would use a rather high level of spell. And I would
get
have
you
to wait a whole.
awareness.
I think you are. Out of all of the reasons I love you, this is certainly one of them.
Magic.
Romantic.
I'm just saying, you take me places.
Ah.
Got him.
That was a good save.
Anyway,
I am nothing but an
Um,
absolute savant with words.
I am as ready as I'll be.
Yes.
I've been waiting for this for a really long time, so I'm ready.
Skedaddle.
All right, Cather. Engage spectral gas mask.
It-
Great.
it's
With you
not
guys
gonna
doing
be
that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, you better not be lying about this gas thing.
Okay.
Never mind. It's
no,
not time
called,
to go yet.
It's called using my lay
In
on
the time-
hands.
in
I can
the
spend
time-
5
here,
points to neutralize
I'm
a
gonna
poison
put on
or
DM
disease.
hat. Hey, in the time that Cather's taking his short rest, does anybody want to do anything?
I will reassure Edward and show him that I have an ointment that can also remove the poisoned effect. But
You were
have
only
5
half lying.
I
about
only
it.
have 5 uses of it.
Does it recharge?
No.
Okay,
I
so
have,
we should use
I have
mine
a-
first.
I have a jar of icy hot Vaseline.
So we
Look,
should
I
we
didn't-
should use mine first.
Yes,
Look,
it
I
also
didn't bring
heals
this
hit
up.
points. I have some ointment that heals 2d8 plus I think 3 hit points, and removes it removes all poison and disease. 2d8 plus 2 health, and I have 5 uses of it. So I've been saving.
Yeah, that's pretty
them.
good. You know, I didn't bring this up earlier. They also mentioned like this is where humans turn into fiends or whatever, or like people turn into fiends. Edward didn't say anything, but just keep your eyes open. You know, if we start becoming little devils,
Now,
That's
now
a little-
here's a
sure she
question.
was-
Would Cather
imagine though.
would Cather have advantage or disadvantage on that?
I think that most
Since
of
he's
the
a
time,
celestial.
most likely Zariel is referring to when a soul dies and descends to hell, it either becomes currency or turns into a low-level devil like a lemur. A lemur?
So
A
I don't
lemur.
have to worry as long as I'm alive.
Okay, well,
Theoretically.
I wouldn't say don't worry, because it's still a possibility. But the likeliness is because your soul is still there.
I mean,
So
how
you
could
could,
how
like,
bad
people-
could being a bit
If
fiendish
things
be?
feel
Burst out from within
if
you.
things feel worse than normal, and normal's pretty bad, then
Yes.
should like do something.
If the devilization effect lasts for more than
Say
4
something.
hours, make sure to consult your physician.
If I start growing little horns or anything, tell me.
If you or a loved one has been affected by devilization,
Triple H
Call
really
Avonby
leaning into a
Triplets.
lawyer.
1-800.
you may be
Mag-
entitled to compensation.
That's not
1-800
Magic.
Avernus.
So
AVE.
you guys
That's enough.
gather your stuff, prepare. Drew has a cloak of fire resistance. Wasn't there a ring that someone had of like fire resistance or something like that?
I have like one of those anti-scrying.
We have so many
necklaces.
anti-scrying.
Who doesn't have
things.
anti-scry necklaces? you
What
know?
if we
I
can
don't have
eventually
any anti-scrying
combine
These
them all
days?
together?
Who
I've
doesn't
formed
want
an
an
ultimate-
anti-scrying?
The
Thing of scrying.
the only other ring that I know that anyone has is Cather currently in the bag of holding has a ring of the ram.
Okay,
Ah, that might be one.
Okay, so wait, can we have taken a rest before we go out on this
100%.
deal? Okay, towards
Yes.
what I'd like to do is I'd like to cast Arcanist's magic aura on them all before
Ooh.
the rest because it lasts 24 hours.
Okay.
So I'd
That's
like to
good.
cast that on them before and then regain those spell slots from the rest. Deal.
Okay,
I do
yeah,
that?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can do that. What are the benefits that they get from that?
Okay, wait. I gotta figure out which one I want to do.
You
It's
you
mask, right? Is the one I
Yeah,
want?
you can
Okay.
mask people's auras.
So you change the way the
I see.
target appears to spells and magical effects that detect creature types, such as a paladin's divine sense or the trigger of a symbol spell. You choose the creature type, and other spells and magical effects treat the target as if it were a creature of that type or of that alignment. So
Cool.
yeah, I'm just gonna make them all fiends.
It's a much less painful way to make people fiends,
Yeah.
and a lot faster too.
Very nice.
Now, if we
You
get
guys-
into combat, I'll have some questions, and Drew will also have some
Yes,
questions.
yes. There are
But-
some things that we will need to confirm if we get into combat.
big numbers.
Okay. You guys gather your stuff and prepare to. What do we say? It's hot as hell. And prepare to
Yeah.
be as hot as hell. Get the episode title in.
That's what makes it a good
so
episode.
many better opportunities, and you chose
I'm
that one.
sorry,
Hot
Lydia, I'm
as
not a
hells.
priest, okay?
Yep.
Oh, I choked on
swallow,
boba.
Yep. Swallow that boba.
I
Okay. Hot take. I don't like boba. I'm
I
fine
didn't
if
like
you
it at
hate me for
first.
it.
didn't like it at first, but I've
You
come
are
to
canonically the
appreciate
hater.
I don't like having to chew my drink.
it. I will
I'm with
admit,
Aaron on that one.
there is a special, you have to have a certain amount because you need to be able to drink your drink. You need to be able to choose if you're getting boba or not, is really the thing.
Boba, good.
Boba is good. I'm just saying you need to choose if you can drink your drink
Are
or if
we
you're getting
going
boba.
to the first
There
layer
are different
of hell?
kinds of. There's the
I was
tapioca
stalling
balls.
because you're choking.
Or the little like ones that explode in your mouth with flavor. Those are yummy.
You
guys
shut
all
your
gather around
mouth.
Glacia.
Is there boba in hell?
No.
No.
Edward, shut up.
Boba is.
Sorry.
You guys gather around Glacia. Before she pulls out an old armored boot that's just tattered to bits. It's bent, it's knocked in on different places, the paint's chipping off, there's scratches,
It's a poor
and
kid.
she sets it down. Don't die, especially you, and come back with the knife. I'd actually love to see it. I've never seen it myself, so yeah, anyway, touch the boot.
It is
I
a poor
touch the
kid.
boot.
Right away, my dear.
Edward
Hand on the
sniffs the boot.
Everybody else has left. Edward, you're just sitting there. It's you and Glacia.
Okay, Edward touches the boot. Wait, can I
Or-
role play?
Sure.
Just kidding. What? No, I won't. I'll just touch the boot. No,
Or-
just,
Go to
furnace.
I know we're trying to get this knife here. I
will
don't want.
turn
I
this
don't want to
teleportation
stall.
around.
I don't want to stall longer. You know.
You guys
I
all
touch the boot and I get
He touched the-
transported away.
You all find yourself immediately sweating like pigs. Is the first thing you notice before you even open your
Don't
eyes.
sweat.
Hot as hell.
It is hot as hell.
It's hot as hells.
It would have been better if you didn't blow it the first time around.
Pigs don't sweat, DM.
Pigs don't sweat.
That's why they wallow in mud. to cool
DJ
them
has
off.
What do
gotten
you
up
want
and
from
thrown
me,
his
Lydia?
hat.
I want you to do it right.
Do pigs in hell sweat?
Oh, that was such a good soundbite. I need to
What?
like write these down.
What?
I want you to do it right. Like this. So good.
You all open your eyes. This time it didn't feel like your stomach, like on a roller coaster where like your stomach drops. It felt more like you have intense cramping in your stomach. Like there's tight twists in your intestines. It was not a great sensation.
Ah, yes, Avernus is more of a slow. It's like heartburn.
I think I ate something.
You open your
That
eyes
was a mistake.
and you find yourself in this rocky outcropping of crystallized obsidian and stone, covered in these sharp jabs and spines of crystal. You all are just standing there until you immediately realize that each and every one of you are being stabbed in some sort of way from the rock around you, as not like it has a mind of its own, but like it has a natural inclination. You know how like a Venus flytrap just, it doesn't have a mind of its own where it senses that like it chooses to close its mouth when there's a bug in. It just senses that and that's the reaction. The rocks have kind of a similar effect where they sense living flesh near them and they don't move per se, but you suddenly find them close enough and in your path that they are poking and stabbing and cutting and catching flesh. So you're all currently just kind of uncomfortable as you're being pinpricked by a bunch of little shards of crystal.
It's like standing in a plane full of Legos.
Kind of, yeah.
It's hot as hells.
Nice.
As you look up, you see a blood red sky above you and a barren, burned landscape in front of you. Ever so gently, I shouldn't say gently, it's very jagged, is the way that I would describe this landscape. Almost like mountains that have all crumbled to flatness, basically, where it's relatively flat along the skyline, but the ground itself is not a flat plane that you can just travel across. It is rocky and covered in barbs and valleys and crevices and little boulders that you go over and under and all the ways through. It's difficult terrain, to say the least. As you're looking around, you also see that there are constant balls of fire that are raining down from the sky and exploding not very far away from you. There are some that are very close, there are some that are on the other side of the plane, but there's constant balls of fire that are erupting around you. You also notice that there are much smaller little, more like balls of light, rather, or kind of more like a shooting star, except instead of it shooting across the sky, it's literally falling to the plane itself as well, and not quite erupting, but kind of this little flash of light that disperses when it hits the ground. You also all notice wherever you are on any horizontal point, there are small pools of blood and gore that are constantly draining down to lower levels, and there's constant tiny streams of blood everywhere
Oh, what the
that are
heck?
slowly moving towards an unknown location, what you assume would be the actual river of blood.
They have a serious
Well, this
leak
place
problem
sucks.
here in the Nine Hills.
Yeah, I forget how nice it is to have a ship sometimes. We're really going to try to walk over all this sharp rock, aren't we?
I am all
Hope we're not
for
crushed by
gabbing
one of these
around,
fireballs.
but we should probably make haste.
I agree.
Move slow, but quickly.
It smells
quickly
bad.
but carefully.
Quickly, but slowly, but stealthily,
You'll
but
be
with
sick.
great speed.
What is it, the phrase? Slow is right is fast, or something like that?
Never
I have
heard
no
that.
idea what you're talking.
You haven't heard that phrase? It's a
Slow
really
and
good phrase.
steady wins the race.
No. Anyway,
Right.
where are you guys going?
Forward.
We would like to follow the directions given us to go to the pit of
To-
maggots.
To the pit of maggots.
Yeah.
Is there
where's that?
signs? Is there a sign?
Well, specifically, she
Maybe-
said we have to cross the river of blood, so we have to get
so we
there
can
first.
follow. Let's
So
follow
we
the
follow
little
the
streams of
tiny
blood.
streams of blood. to
That's
take
a
us to
good
the big
idea.
stream of blood.
Cather, that's so smart.
Very intelligent. I was kind of phased out. I was too worried about being burned alive.
Right.
Okay.
You guys begin gently traversing this horrid landscape.
Stay close.
Triplewitz, Cather,
what's marching on?
and Edward.
Aw.
As you guys are going, there's something that you do begin to notice. The air around you, first of all, it smells like putrid sulfur. You know, like if you guys have ever been to Yellowstone, like that smell, except like times 100. Like your head is in one of the sulfur pits.
Ew, what?
It's rank. It's horrible smell. Renaya, you can smell the smell, but for the humans among you, or the mortals among you, the non-fiend among you, is how I should say that, there is an ever-increasing burn in your lungs that has slowly been building since you've arrived. And you've only been here like 10, 15 minutes, maybe, at this point, as you're beginning to traverse. But there is a slow but building burn in your lungs. Eventually, until you all get to the point where it literally feels like your lungs are on fire and you are breathing poison.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Not a great sensation. At the moment, it doesn't truly seem to be affecting your performance.
So we don't, it's not like we don't take damage or anything. It's just
You're not taking damage at the moment, but you do know that the longer you're here, the more potential for damage and exponential damage to happen if things don't get taken care of.
Is anyone else's chest hurt? Ooh,
I'm
maybe it's because I haven't exercised in a while.
It's probably that.
Yeah. Okay. Cather, you got any magic or something? Ooh,
Not no.
okay.
Back in my day, we've just dealt with it. Move.
Okay. Well, let's just try to get to where we're going.
Marching order. What do we want the marching order to be? Ice.
Clerics in the back.
I feel like Renaya-
Hardy.
Renaya's
in
sticking
middle.
to the back.
The back? Okay. I feel like Abinthy maybe should lead. I mean, Abinthy was the one that was
Abinthy
like,
should lead. I have 85
well,
hit
you've
points.
been to the
Pro-
hells,
Cather's-
Mr. I
think
know
Cather
demons
should
and
lead.
devils.
Probably lead.
I'll be
Cather
behind
should lead.
Cather.
Renaya's
Yeah, that's a good
Renaya's
idea.
the caboose.
So
Yeah,
Cather,
I'm not thinking
Aventhy,
game
Edward,
mechanics.
Yes.
I like it.
Renaya.
What's that acronym?
Cather, Aventhy,
CARE.
Edward, Renaya.
Oh,
Cure?
Care.
It's like a care.
CARE.
It's care, but like spelled in a fantasy language.
Because we care.
Care.
Reek.
when you put it up in a mirror.
You guys begin going through. I'm gonna have you guys go ahead and roll a stealth check. Not per se to be stealthy. This is more for just trying to not get stabbed every other step.
Ah, yes.
12.
Nice.
12.
14.
Okay.
Stealth, you say?
Stealth.
13.
It's so the rocks don't notice us.
Also a 12.
How did I get the
That's a weird
second
point.
best?
Okay, I heard 12 and
wizard?
14. Catherine and Abinthy.
I also got a 12.
I
12?
got 13.
Wow, you guys suck.
Hey, no, we are all collectively
All above
average.
10.
Thank you very much.
These rocks can't be that smart.
This is a pretty rocky situation.
This doesn't rock.
We're like a modern day the old Muppets.
You each take 13 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
Heck you.
13. You say 13.
13.
That's not very nice.
I'm now down to
Ooh.
72.
Oh, I think that one hit my kidney.
Yeah, as you guys are going, it's very weird because you never physically watch the rocks move, but you definitely like look at a rock, like you see it in front of you, and then someone says something, you kind of like ever so slightly glance back, and suddenly it's not where it was, it's in your ribs. It's really weird.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
They're
Yeah, it's not
teleporting
fun.
That sounds literally like hell.
it's
It's crazy.
crazy.
Whoa.
Crazy
Uh,
how that works.
but nevertheless, you continue to march and make progress. Slowly
Ah.
but surely, following these, cute little baby streams of blood that pool on every horizontal surface
Don't call it.
before they eventually make it down to the ground, and then they like slither their way through the cracks and crevices of the plane.
I hope this gas doesn't cause some weird infection on our open wounds caused by this rock.
I would like you to shut up.
I'm
really
so
hope-
happy to contribute to the river of blood and hell, which
It's
is what's
true.
happening here.
You are contributing. That is another thing that you guys do notice. As you get more wounds, quote unquote, none of them are like really big gashes or anything like that, but some of them do allow for a little bit of blood to
little cat scratch.
escape your body. And you do notice that there is an ever so slight tug of that blood. Like it goes down your arm a little quicker, or it leaks through the armor a little faster, like it's being attracted to the river of blood.
It's like
Not fun.
it's like a plane of paper cuts. I've got one in the web between my fingers.
This is truly
Oh,
hell.
God.
A plane of paper
Worst
blood,
place.
Don't put that visual.
right under
Between
the
my
fingernails.
toes.
Stop
How did
it.
that even
I'm
happen?
going to come in there and smack.
Just hit me.
Do it. It'll be great views.
Oh, my spleen.
Shut
You
up.
continue to follow this, and it goes on for a long time. You guys spend probably 8 hours slowly traversing. First of all, because you're moving at a slow pace. You're not moving at a normal pace. So you're moving at a much slower pace. And traversing this landscape, constantly being berated with small cuts and burns, is not fun. Abin,
Oh no.
roll a d4 for me.
Oh.
Oh dear.
But DM,
That's 1 out of 4 chance that something bad happens.
that's a 1.
Okay.
The number of times
One
that
pit
we
fiend
die.
descends from above.
One
and-
pit fiend.
Hey,
One archdevil attacks you.
one
Is it
of us
Glossia?
dies.
Tell me it's Glossia.
You
As
wish.
you guys keep moving, you've been fairly lucky to avoid the raining balls of fire. You continue to navigate through this plane, and there's been a couple that have come very close to you. You keep moving, and you begin to hear kind of this. I can't make the sound, but you know the sound of like an oncoming fireball. You know, if we all
Yeah.
watched Avatar, like we know that oncoming sound. You begin to hear that whistle kind of, and you'll like look up and you'll like see it coming, but they come slow enough that you're like, okay. So you kind of shift away and it blows up, like 20 meters away from you instead of what would have been like 6 or 5.
Which is still a little close for comfort, but better than.
Oh
like,
yeah, you
on
still
us,
hear,
you know?
you still feel the eruption of heat on top of the fact that the plane is probably like a good 110 degrees anyway.
That's really hot.
So it's not fun by any means. You guys try to avoid them as much as possible.
That is heat stroke material.
Yeah, no, 100%. You guys are drinking a lot of water, and immediately sweating it out. Like it's bad.
It's a good thing I'm resistant to heat right now.
Woo!
I'm feeling
Yeah.
great. This is like
And
a
having
warm
tea
summer
and
day.
everyone like, everyone and
Yeah.
Kat are like, do.
Wait,
Why am I
is
wearing so
Cather's
many
lungs hurt,
clothes?
right? Cather can't be out of the woods.
Yeah, no, Cather's lungs hurt.
Yeah,
sure, but he's not, like,
Cather's
not
lungs hurt.
He's not sweating
Yeah,
buckets.
yeah,
Lungs are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
Not a
also suck.
fiend.
Kill
Oh.
him.
At one point, though, you're walking along. We'll say this is probably about 7 hours in. You guys are tired. You are worn thin. The effects of heat stroke are coming in hot, and I
Literally.
Hot as hell.
unintended, and it hurts.
God.
As you're walking, you hear. Well, actually, roll a perception check, all of you.
I don't like that.
Lydia, this is your time. I need you.
It's like I got a
realize
natural
this.
20 for like a 37. So
I really need your help.
How does a 7 do?
okay,
I rolled
Catherine?
I rolled a 13.
Okay.
11.
21.
shocking.
That's 9 plus 10.
Man, I don't do a lot well, but seeing and reading people,
You notice stuff, all
It's a
right.
gift.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, kind of.
That's
when you
good.
tell
You're
me.
all walking along. The boys are feeling it.
I would cry, but I need to conserve water.
At one point, a single tear did shed, and it immediately evaporated off of his skin and took some of the moisture out of his skin. It burned as it evaporated. It was bad.
It just
Uh,
lit a
it's
flame.
Okay, I'm going to say it.
Ignites.
I'm going to say it. This is worse than the Crimson Wastes. This is worse than the Crimson Wastes.
Well, yeah, it's
Ugh.
hell.
Renaya,
Wonderful.
as the boys are complaining, specifically Edward, I shouldn't say the boys. I saw you.
Hey, I'm
I
included.
saw you.
I'll allow it.
Does anyone have any more water?
You begin to hear that faint whistle of the oncoming explosion. You look up,
Oh no.
but it's not the flaming boulder. It's one of those falling stars. It's kind of what it looks like.
Oh.
You watch as it streaks past your face
Ah.
and crashes into the ground in front of you. A small little flash of light appears. You all kind of rub your eyes to readjust to the already kind of harsh landscape. And you watch as this ghostly figure of a man kind of floats up out of where this little ball of light was. And it slowly begins floating relatively in the same direction that you are, as it begins making its way not probably towards the river of blood, but towards what you would imagine is the maggot pits. As you watch
has
a soul of the damned literally fall into hell and then proceed to make its way towards its final damnation.
Follow that soul.
Yes, but
Is that what that is?
That was
No,
going
it's a
where we're
rabbit.
going?
that was
Hey,
yeah, we
Rabbits-
I get
we
testy
follow
when I'm
we
angry.
start to follow the soul.
Right?
Yes, we do.
You
does it look? Never mind. Continue.
it looks evil.
Does it look like
I'll tell
Edward's
you that.
dad?
So it doesn't look like an LA from Minecraft.
No,
It
no,
looks-
it's not cute. It looks like a person who would stab you. But
Devil.
only to get the money, not to get, riches and fame or fame.
So Edward's dad.
Yes.
Oh, could you imagine? You just see
He just shows up,
Look
just
at
stabs you.
fellow's
You guys
soul.
watch as Edward's soul just leaves his body and shoots up into
What
the
the-
sky.
Hey, we don't joke about that here.
Yes, we do.
I
Ah!
just did.
So you guys are following the soul?
Yes.
Yes,
We
that's
put our full
that's
trust in this not at all trustworthy soul.
Hey, Cather, want to hear a joke? I'm just kidding.
I'm looking at one.
Got you.
Continue to follow the soul. Unfortunately, well, roll. Let's see. Do I want a Constitution saving throw or do I want an athletics check?
I would love a con
for,
save.
for what, might I ask?
Let's go with the con save. Sure.
Athletics.
Thanks, Dad. We get
Okay.
Cather's passive buff if it's a saving throw.
Ooh, that was good anyway.
All right, Cather.
Wait, what's the
passive
buff?
man.
It's a +3.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
It's a good
All right,
night.
you go first, Renaya. I want to know.
I got a 22.
Wow.
Ooh,
Nice.
very nice. Very
19 for
nice.
Cather.
Okay, I want everyone to know that through a use of my friends and my abilities, I rolled a 5 on die, and that's a 16.
That's not bad.
Not bad. And
pretty
23 for Edward.
Pretty good.
Ooh. Renai and Edward coming out here, beefy boys. Cats are closely behind them. Trevowitz is an old man, so it's understandable.
I'm frail.
He's a wizard.
The fact that I got even close to that number with my +2 to con deserves
It's pretty good.
admiration.
Yeah, pretty good.
You guys are
Boo.
struggling to keep up with the soul.
Hmm.
Because the soul doesn't have to deal with the fact that it's a plane of spikes and torture.
It's a good
It just
point, actually.
Flips through all the rocks and keeps making its way, or around them. So you guys are literally like rushing across the plane. You're like scrambling over rocks. Your hands are covered in pinpricks and spikes and slivers, and there's probably a good, decent hole through some of the soft tissues as well. As you guys are trying to quickly follow this soul, and you're able to keep up with it for probably about an hour before let me just see how much damage you guys take.
Oh.
I'm really concerned here.
I'm really
Hi,
Like, I'm
concerned.
just thinking-
I'm Lydia.
You know
Oh.
when you like
Ooh.
run into the side of a table and it hits your ribs and it hurts?
That's
Like,
bad.
I'm just imagining that,
No.
but like everywhere all the time. That
Yeah.
literally sounds so miserable.
You take 24 points of piercing damage.
24 points
Why?
Ow.
Why, God? Why?
Okay, guys, I'm at 48 health.
I'm gonna kill
Cather,
just with the environment damage. I'm excited.
Cather, pray.
When
hold
I
on.
agreed
Pray,
to play
Cather.
Was
Smash
20
Bros,
points of damage? Was
I
that with us
expected that we
succeeding?
would have hazards off.
What was that?
I'm
Was 20 points of damage with us succeeding?
No. That your Constitution saving throw did not have to do with the
The damage.
spikes. It was
That
how
just
long you could keep up with the soul, with the fact that it's moving 3 times faster
This
than you.
place sucks.
Yeah.
This place sucks.
This place is basically, you know the spell Spike Growth? It's that all the time.
Yeah.
Where you don't get a save, it just hurts.
It just hurts.
I'm not a praying man. But if you can hear me, please help us.
Apathy looks up and goes, screw off. It keeps
Apathy.
going.
You guys keep up with this soul for about an hour.
It's pretty good.
Been going for 8 hours, going on 9 hours, and for the last hour, you've been chugging faster than you guys have the entire time. You
As-
are tired, dead tired. I will let you guys know this now. If you continue on, you will take a level of exhaustion.
Shall we take a break?
I have Lehman's tiny hut.
Yeah, break would be good.
Okay,
That
wait,
would
wait.
save us from the fireballs.
I want to see. Hold on. I want to see if I can do a thing.
Okay.
Can you like chain this soul here, like tie a leash to it, put a lead on it, maybe name
Lasso.
Just put a little lasso around it.
it? I brought
tie it
enough
up.
iron for an anvil. If
It
you have
just
a name tag.
every once in a while, just like slowly like goes and then stops, and then stops. And stuff.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
that. It's like that duck that drinks water. And then
All right.
Yeah,
as,
yeah,
as
exactly.
I'm like feeling us starting to get tired, I'm going to want to use my unerring tracker.
Okay.
As a bonus action, I can magically create a psychic link with one creature I can see. For the next hour, as a bonus action, I can learn the current distance and direction to the target if it is on the same plane of existence. It ends if the creature is incapacitated or I
Mhm.
use it on a different target.
Odd or even, Lydia?
I was also going to ask if this thing counts as undead.
I don't know if
Does
it
a-
counts as a creature.
Does a soul count as undead?
Welcome to
The soul is what
Philosophy in
makes it a
Dungeons and
creature.
Dragons, 5th edition.
Oddity?
I got an odd.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, we can go with it. I don't know if
like
It's
I'll
a
do it that
really
way.
cool and unique way of using an ability, DM.
Yeah, I respect it. I definitely did get even, but we'll go with it. Yeah, you
That's what
create
you were
your
trying
psychic
for.
link. It just keeps going and going and going.
Mm.
As you look around you, though, you do realize that the very small streams of blood that you have been following have begun to pool and get thicker. You also notice that there's, for our squeamish audience members, maybe close your ears, there's like blood clotting at different places. So like
Ew.
little dams of clotting material
That's not that
and
gross.
gore like will show up every once
That's
in a
not that
while and
bad.
it'll get like
That's
overrun.
natural.
It's bad.
Blood is
Um,
meant to clot. That means it's operating correctly.
Okay, I'm giving
I'm
Lydia
a
the.
silly. I
There's
don't need
a
to do that.
oh yeah.
So I'm assuming this is good though, right?
I have a pockets that can be invisible.
Okay.
And Pockets doesn't get tired. He's been hanging out this whole time.
I'm just
Pockets
gonna,
likes the
I'm
rocks
gonna
poking
send
him.
an invisible pockets just to keep following this guy.
Um,
I am gonna do both. I'm gonna
Okay.
do both.
I will
That's a
let
good
you
idea.
know if you guys are taking a long rest. That's 8 hours of Pockets chasing after this thing.
Yeah.
Do you want to
Let him go.
take a long rest, or do you want to not let Pocket? Like you have the psychic link, so you know where it's gonna be.
The psychic link only lasts an hour,
Oh, I see.
and with pockets,
It
like
lasts
I'm
until
just
he
gonna,
dies.
yeah, I'm just gonna keep like just checking in every
Okay.
once in a while.
And we're not in Pockets' domain. So if Pockets dies here, he just goes back to the Abyss.
Everything's great.
Yeah.
It'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
You
Right?
guys,
That's how it works.
I cast Lehman's
But,
tiny hut.
I would like to try to like whenever we do when we do rest, I am just gonna keep watching through Pocket's eyes so I can learn the route.
Beautiful.
Sounds good.
You guys cast Lehman's tiny hut. It's kind of difficult to find a truly like a decently sized section of flat-ish land that you guys could like lay down on and rest. But you do manage to find kind of a bigger boulder with a relatively flatter top that's not covered in spikes. A small piece of respite from the constant stinging and stabbing. You cast Lehman's tiny hut. Your little dome shows up. You guys have 8 hours to rest. Is anybody keeping watch?
Yes. I would recommend the elves at least keep watch.
Like
I like
as,
this plan.
as it's starting to get situated, there's still some time because I can probably figure out the beginning part.
Yeah.
Um,
You definitely do like know the general direction that they're going at the moment, and you just know that in your mind, and so if nothing else, you know basically the general direction that you should be heading until you either find another soul or another thing that can guide you. So you're not worried about like losing the trail per se. It's more just
Right.
if there's a massive thing that you should be aware of.
yeah. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll just have like Pockets communicate with me if there's anything concerning.
Yeah.
I'm also going to ritual cast alarm in a not exactly like a medium-sized range around the
That's a good.
around the thing. So that, and just
Renaya, do you
It's-
want to take first
yeah.
watch or do you want me to?
I was just about to ask you. Honestly, like I'm probably the best off here, so you take your rest first and
Alright, sounds good to me. As Cather just kind of sits, and then just.
Cather, real quick, go ahead and make a let's do a medicine check.
Oh.
tea.
Why do I need to make a medicine check, DM?
Somebody say a different letter.
because you're bleeding out.
P.
Why did you choose that one?
I don't know. It sounded like tea.
That's a 14.
Catherine, after being on this plane for 9 hours, breathing in poisonous air, you're really starting to feel it. If the effects continue the way that they are currently, you feel like you might wake up and die.
Well, it's a good thing in the Lehman's tiny hut we control the atmosphere and the weather, so there isn't poisonous gas here. So
Do that? Do we do that?
yes, that's part of the reason
This
that
is
Lehman's
nice
tiny hut
spell.
is amazing.
It's always dry and comfortable.
Yeah,
is the
you
term
literally
that it
control the
uses.
weather within the hut.
Okay, I'm reading real quick.
It comes with its own little humidifier and dehumidifier. That is also an air purifier. And
Then
a
what-
fan.
It's, you just had there's always 2 flowers, a couple little daisies that
Yep.
air is extra fresh around.
So-
There's a
DM
white noise machine.
So GM, basically, but from that roll, I kind of get the sense that like nine hours is about the limit we can go in any one stretch.
Yeah, I mean, and 9 hours is pushing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to clarify the exact language of the spell says the atmosphere inside the space is comfortable and dry regardless of the weather outside. I think it's a little bit up to interpretation what comfortable means.
I mean,
It's like, screw you. And by
Here's-
you, I mean me.
Here's a backup plan. I mean, obviously this thing's gonna work fine, but we already figured
Well,
it out.
we don't
But
know. But I want to.
I have protection from poison that I was going to use if it was starting to get.
I mean, yeah, and if
I can't, because it only lasts so long. I can't do it forever. But if it's like getting to the point where it's like about to kill you, I can be like, oh, you're fine.
Yeah, if
I mean,
Lehman's tiny hut works, let's save it.
and
if
and
not-
again, also like if there's at any point that we get poisoned, like actually the poison condition is put on us in some way, I can also get rid of that with land hands.
you guys got lots of options. Yeah.
So
High 5.
Edward has none.
You guys,
Here.
yeah, you feel like Lehman's tiny hut is a good option. It doesn't purify the air per se, because it affects more of the weather more so
Yeah.
than like air quality, which you can argue is part of the weather and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So I won't
That's
say it
an
like purifies the air. It's not like you're breathing a fresh breathe, like there's a fresh breeze going through it or anything like that. But I will say that it significantly lessens the effects of it to make it so that it's not harmful. It's like you're at Yellowstone instead of like in a sulfur pit.
And it's probably also not like extremely hot in there, right? Like it's probably
That you
like,
can
there's
control.
some- there's
It is
some
a
AC.
recipe.
Yes, it does say comfortable
112
temperatures.
degrees outside the bubble. It's like 72 and
Yeah.
with a slight, 72 and cloudy.
We'll go
inside.
70. Yeah, we're going 70.
A good 60 degrees inside the bubble.
Yeah, just really cool off,
Really cool off so that it doubles when
That-
you go
that way we
outside
could
and you
just-
immediately
Yeah,
die.
you
That
need
way
to
we could just
freeze so that you
flash
can
heat
thaw.
stroke ourselves when the bubble
And
it
then
disappears.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there we
if
go.
But that
you
doesn't-
see, if you get if you get heat stroke and hypothermia, they cancel each other out.
Right.
That's
That's,
right,
how it works.
that's right. That's
But
how this works.
that doesn't mean that there aren't like rocks uncomfortably positioned under us as we're laying down. And
It's like,
trying
I want to
sleep.
make sure that this sucks real bad for all of us.
Lehman's tiny hut does not make hell habitable. Habitable?
habitable.
Habitable. That's the word.
Close
I'm
enough.
It doesn't make it habitable. It does make it bearable, though. So yeah,
Wouldn't bearable be better than habitable?
no,
Do you want a
habitable.
bear
means
or
you
do you
can,
want a
actually
habit?
hit it.
Habitable
I
is
just want to
better.
go to sleep.
Triple
Let's
you
not
go to
make
sleep.
hell habitual though. Let's not do that.
Edward, you go to sleep. Catherine, you go to sleep. Correct. All 3 of you go to sleep.
I will wake up. I will use my 2 hours of time of my 8 hours to wake up at sometime in Catherine's shift.
Okay, great.
Just, I figured I'd throw that out there.
At some point, not pockets. Ginger does like poke her head out.
Has she
been
with
like,
Catherine this
tips
whole
around
time?
and then tucks back into wherever she's been hiding for 9 episodes.
I've been waiting for
Ginger, yeah, she has her a special little like hidden cubby inside like Catherine's armor. Like
Oh.
it's behind the crest. Is the crest actually opens up. It's a little door.
Yeah, like a door.
There's a pocket dimension in the armor specifically for. She has a little couch in there. There's a whole tree in it.
That's
Oh,
right.
wet
It's
bar.
awesome.
Love Ginger.
Yeah, Yeah,
I've missed Ginger.
I thought
Ginger
about that the other day. I
comes
was
out for like a morning stretch. He's like, hold on a second, this place sucks.
We've
I'm
been
going
doing a
back
lot of
inside.
sucking.
This is hellish.
But I forgot that Ginger existed.
squirrel?
If you open up the crest and look in, you can see Ginger like making cocktails at the bar.
Exclamation point Pat to Pat Ginger in chat. I'm so happy.
You are by yourself.
That's a good thing.
Go ahead and make a perception check and an insight check.
I would say Thimble is also present. It
Nice.
is keeping an eternal watch.
Thimble is in sentry mode, just constantly.
So, perception was a nat 1 for a total of 11.
Okay.
And then insight.
Mm-hmm.
Insight is a total of 17.
Remind me, what are the items that you're attuned to, Renaya?
I am currently attuned to my dagger,
Uh-huh.
my amulet of the devout,
Mm-hmm.
and Ruat.
Cool. You go through your watch, enjoying the respite from hell. Even though the effects haven't been quite as severe for a fiend such as yourself, it is still not a fun place, as you're still a mortal fiend. You're sitting there, you're enjoying it, and it's hard not to rest. It's hard not to just kind of like zonk out and avoid worrying about things, because you've been going hard for like 10 plus hours. And so your perception isn't quite as good as it normally is when you're at your A game. There are a couple things you still notice. First of all, the setting of the plane doesn't change at all. You know, you're still in hell. There's still raining balls of fire. There's still souls falling from the sky. However, you do eventually hear in the distance pounding. Aaron, I hate you.
I'm sorry, I'm on a weird energy today.
You mean like big booming? Like boom.
Like the
that kind of
rhythmic
thing?
footfalls of a platoon of soldiers.
Oh.
You kind of, there's like a shimmer to the hut as they can't see in, but you can see out. You kind of like press your face against, you know how you like do this to a car to kind of like get the glare to see through? You do that, and you can see in the distance there are a couple platoons of fiendish soldiers that are marching across the plain. It doesn't look like they're looking at you or for you or coming even towards you, honestly, but you do see them marching across the plain. Now that you're aware of this, you actually look around and you can see all around you, there are constant platoons of soldiers that are patrolling, either looking for demons or they're on their way to the front. You do notice that there are several platoons that are heading in the same direction, and then there seem to be some that are kind of roaming and searching. You do also notice in the distance, on the very border of your vision, the plane doesn't end the way it normally does. Typically, there's like a harsh horizon line of the sharp, jagged landscape compared to the blood red sky. Where you look out into the distance this way, what would be, you think, kind of south, if south exists, instead of the jagged landscape, you see these black ink-like tendrils that kind of ebb and flow and wave and spiral. And you have this draw towards it. You have this sense of your very soul feeling as if it wants to traverse the river. You quickly realize that you are looking at the river Styx. A place you definitely don't want to go to, but you realize what it is off in the distance. And you also recognize that is where those roaming patrols are staying mostly to. After a little while, you continue to sit and reminisce when a different feeling kind of washes over you. A feeling of encroachment, of watching, a feeling of eyes on you. With your insight check, you kind of look around before you recognize that there's not something on this plane looking at you, but Baphomet is almost checking in on you, seeing where you're at and what you're doing. Not in communication, but you can tell that he is spying on you from across the plains.
Should have been using that protection against detection amulet.
Wouldn't do anything.
Dang. Wait, if you wear all four,
You could
of them.
wear 4. Yeah.
If she wears all
Levels,
4, it
it
covers
stacks.
up. Yeah, exactly. There's different boosts to it. Is there anything you'd like to do on your watch?
I don't think so. I think when she does feel the sense of like being looked in on, she just kind of goes completely like still.
Mm-hmm.
And she like stay. It's very much kind of like deer in headlights.
Yeah.
Just kind of,
If I don't move,
if I
can't
don't
see
move,
me.
it'll go away.
Yeah,
It's like-
exactly.
yeah.
It's when the demon that night is like looking at you, so you hide under the covers. Exactly. You know.
That's like an impressively accurate analogy.
Yes.
That's
You sit there silently, trying not to move, trying not to be seen, trying to be as invisible as possible. And after a little while, you can sense the intention with your insight check. You just sense kind of a smirk, a slight chuckle, as if he's entertained by your reaction before his gaze leaves.
God, what a creep.
Yeah, weirdo.
It's really good that did not
I
happen
really wish that he
24
would
hours
stop
ago.
looking at young girls. That's weird.
Right.
What a weirdo.
It's different.
Other than the whole like demon thing, like that's be passing the line.
Okay, well,
I
we're making
take it
this,
back. We're killing
making
Baphomet.
This different. Okay, anyway, we're making this in
Yeah,
a
it's not
weird
quite
territory
that.
I don't
It's-
like.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
It's not-
That's
it's
fair.
So, yeah, even after
Oh.
she feels it gone, she's still kind of just staying tense and still, waiting just for the time to end.
Your 4 hours go by, and it's time to wake up Catherine.
Renaya, like, nudges. Just a
It's really
simple
weird.
nudge.
You're super stiff. You realize that's the first time you've actually physically moved outside of breathing and blinking.
Yeah,
in
it kind
2
of
hours.
hurts. Yeah.
Ugh. Oh, look, it's not all a bad dream. We actually still are here.
Was that is that a joke? Am I supposed to laugh
That-
at that?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay, it's your turn.
Okay. I would say get some rest, but it's not easy here.
Renaya immediately passes out.
Catherine, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
I would love nothing more, DM. Ooh. Ooh.
Renai, before you
Cast
pass out,
silence on Edward.
you do notice Edward and Pockets are in a really interesting situation where Edward
Pockets
is
isn't
using
here.
Pocket.
Oh, yeah,
Because
Pockets
stuff
is
Pockets.
following. Oh, Edward's gonna be
Bad
cold.
day.
Sorry, I hate to
he
ruin
doesn't
your
like
fun.
sleeping
Anyway,
alone.
But
that was-
continuity.
I got a 22 DM on my perception.
Okay, all right. Very nice, very nice.
yeah.
You notice all the same things that Renaya does. However, the River Styx has a slightly different effect to you.
Fair.
You have how do I describe this? A sense of repulsion almost. Once you notice it and you feel kind of its pull initially, it's like the very how do I say this? Your soul rejects the very idea that it has any other place that it could go other than where you know it will go. Does that make sense?
Say that again. Say that again.
No, I got it.
To explain to Grant, so the river Styx, it's where you ferry.
How could there be a river of Styx?
After
Grant.
being a paladin, has so much confidence in his will and drive and power and knowledge of where he's going to go, just because he's a paladin, that the idea that this thing would pull him away from what he believes is going to happen is almost repulsive to a person like him.
Cather says heck to heck.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's just like the river says heck you, Cather. Cather's like heck you right back.
Heck you! Whoa!
It's
right
just the
back.
two people
What the
yelling
heck
at
you?
each other across the street.
That's exactly.
They're like echoes. Heck you! No, heck you! Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They don't like each other.
That's lovely. Yeah. Well, after Renaya passes out and Cather kind of takes a few minutes, he will like kind of pull out the broken mask and kind of just run his hand kind of over the crack on it, like just repeatedly, just kind of thinking to himself, until I assume on like the second half of his watch when Abinthy also awakes, he'll like kind of quickly put it away.
Yeah.
No.
Before Abinthy wakes up, one other thing that you notice, Renaya, her veins are ever so slightly bulging. Like as she's resting, it's like she's straining. Like sleep is a straining. Strenuous. Thank you.
Strenacious.
A strenuous experience for her at the moment. Renaya, you're not having a good time over there. It's not restful sleep.
Viscosity on point, though.
I mean, there's only one point I was having a good time, and that was in another dimension with Grotz.
At which point the veins were straining for a different reason. But
Dude.
Okay, no, we didn't need to go there. Why are you guys doing this to me?
You made the joke first.
I was saying she's happy in a little dimension at a picnic with Grotz. Okay,
That's a good point.
you guys
we
took
have
it
a-
there.
Oh, hey, that was
we
all
didn't take
DJ.
it
That
there,
was
we
all
wouldn't have our
DJ.
PG-13
Nuh-uh.
rating. We would just be PG.
Yes, Cather.
I'm sorry. I'm making sure I can do a thing.
I like the fact that Lydia is trying to like leave, but she's connected to the computer, so she can only go so far.
I can't escape.
Ooh, I like the
There's no
boom arm
escape
action
here.
though.
Yes,
For the
Cather.
podcast listeners,
Okay, yeah, no, I couldn't remember because that was a paladin, Oath of Destiny paladin thing I had, because I at one point had the calm emotion spell, which I was going to attempt to use to help her get some more restful sleep, but I couldn't remember if that was a moon elf thing or if that was a paladin thing. But it was
Easy
for the-
solution.
for the
I don't
podcast
have it.
listeners, Lydia was backed
Um,
all the way up with her boom arm with her. That's what was happening.
Abinthy.
Yeah.
At one point, when you were kind of sleeping, you kind of do like the old man thing where you're like, yeah.
I get like a little scared by the breathing, like I'm. Yes.
well, that was quite abrupt.
It's, that was actually a pretty restful sleep. So,
Much
anything happened
better
while I was
space.
out?
Not really. Although we should be rather careful since it seems there are quite a few soldiers marching
Yes,
around.
patrols. Indeed, that means that we're near the sticks.
Yes, well, it's actually, if you look that direction, you can kind of see it on the horizon.
Abinthy, you feel almost, you know how sailors have like a love of the sea and there's like a draw to it?
Yes.
You have that type of feeling. You're like, that's my place. I would ride the waves of the river Styx and I would win. That's the feeling you have.
Abinthy boogie boards down the river Styx.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I've done a lot of research into the Styx. You actually need a vial of water from the river Styx. It's one of the components for to enter lichdom, depending on the technique that you used. So,
Interesting. I can't say I really care about lichdom, so
I mean, it's a bad alternative. I've looked into a lot of things. That one is particularly unpleasant. It has a lot of negative side effects. But
He says as he's putting away a vial he got from earlier today.
who?
It's a bad alternative that I'm totally gonna use.
I mean, if there's no other option. I don't have anything. I just wanted to make sure that if anything happened, I was awake. I was just telling you when I would be awake. Unless Cather has some conversation for me. I don't know if you do. I just like giving people this look.
I mean,
I can't actually see you because it's with my glasses. I'm blind.
Maybe a joke. Anything.
Something to break the ice.
It does feel rather chilly in the dome now that you both are awake and not talking.
well,
Edward turned the AC down to 64.
Who touched the thermostat?
You do see Cather, like, there's something that like comes up on his mind that he like wants to ask you, but then kind of like holds back.
You're holding something back. I can tell. You have something on your mind that you wish to ask me. Ask away. Was that? I hope that wasn't too abrupt. I read people that well. As if you told me this.
How good are you at repairing things?
I have been waiting for someone to ask. I'm incredible.
All right. Now, is that with anything or just like?
So many things, but fixing things is often one of them.
Right.
Hey, why? Is there something that's broken?
An old companion of mine, you could say.
I don't fix people.
No,
Necromancy is not my specialty.
No, not a person. What do you know about forging a blade?
I know people who are very good at it. I dabble, but fabrics are more my specialty. I've sewn a lot of things, and I can sew metal, but in terms of actually forging or creating something new with it, metal wire I'm very skilled with.
Well, unfortunately, I need a bit more than that, but perhaps if we survive our trip through hell, we can continue this conversation and perhaps find somebody you know who is skilled.
I had a friend who was, well, I would say an absolute wizard with metals, but he was certainly no wizard. I have been needing to speak with him for a long time. I'm sure that you two would get along very well.
Well, let's try to survive this trip then, shall we?
I mean, what can go wrong? It's just hell.
Right.
Well, that was a fun conversation. I'm going to go sit over here until the rest of them wake up. If you need anything, just shout.
The rest of you guys hanging out and that awkward kind of progressive conversation. We're going to go ahead and go to our break. We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere as we literally keep going through hell.
Woo!
See you next time after the break in hell.
Baby, this is what we're here for.
Mistakes.
we are back.
Welcome back, Dungeoneers, to the best podcast in the world.
Okay, that's a big
That's
thing.
us.
I don't think we can back that up, Bram.
Canonically speaking, we want no expectations for us. Anyway, you guys are in hell. Literally.
Yeah.
Cather and Triplewoods. Is there anything else that you'd like to awkwardly not talk about while in the dome?
I start up a little fire and start cooking up some ravioli that I have on hand.
I pull out my travel tea set and I make a little bit of tea for Edward because I
Have one too.
I say, I'm not a big tea person. Do those require any spices? Like, do you have any additives for tea?
Do you make Mexican hot chocolate?
I mean, usually sometimes people add sugar.
Oh, I would know how Edward likes his tea. Does Edward like sugar in his tea?
No, he's a purist.
Ugh. Well, never mind. I can't help. Do you like sugar in your tea?
It's all right.
I
He
have
thinks
some
sugar
here.
and tea taste like sushi.
Abinthy will dig around in his robe pockets until he finds a little pouch. He's like,
It's a little pouch of what's the fake sugar? Like it's not sativa, but it's
it's
Fool's sugar. Stevia. That's like plant.
Yes.
It's like
yeah,
plant product.
yeah, it's like stevia
sweetener.
or something like that. Yeah,
It's very
you
healthy.
pull out a little like stevia packet.
I actually just have a pouch. It's a handy spice pouch.
Nice.
10 times a day, I can reach in and pull out a spice of my choice.
Is sugar a spice?
And everything nice.
I mean, it comes from a plant.
Sure. Okay.
They say, at the second time I was shipwrecked, I was shipwrecked with the friend that I mentioned to you. That you two would get along very well. He was a cleric. He was able to create. He was able to summon tithes from his god. You know the like ceremonial crackers and little wine that they have at offerings and stuff like that. So the way that his spell worked for the like create food and water is his god just bequeathed those onto him, so they were incredibly bland. And so as a joke, the next time that we coincidentally met up, he gifted me this spice pouch, so that way, if we were ever shipwrecked at the same time, it wouldn't taste like stale bread and old wine. So if you ever need any spices, as long as it's under 10 times a day, I am fully capable of providing.
That sounds just fine.
I'll reach in and pull just I reach into this bag and it shakes. It just sounds like saying I pull out 3 fully formed sugar cubes. And like salt bay it into the I say, great. And I go back to awkwardly sitting.
I think it's about time actually, as
my ravioli's almost done.
Cather will kind of shake Edward and Renaya awake. It should be about time that we get going again.
Ooh, I got a crick in my neck.
Something to wash down all the ash and soot. As Cather hands the small things of tea out.
Ooh, thank you.
Before we get going, be mindful.
Splendor. That's what it's called.
We are near the river Styx. Stay away.
It is quite tempting.
The real river Styx. Wait, that means we're getting closer, right? Maybe?
Yes.
Supposedly.
Theoretically.
Well, I'm just reminding myself. What do you think? How long this will take? Like 1 or 2 days and then we're done? We can do that. What's a little burning lung?
Don't be mad at me, but I'm going to say yes. Just that way,
Good.
It encourages you to move.
At this
Yes, we
point,
can do
Edward
this.
sits on a spine.
Ooh. Wow. I
Oh,
forget
right in the
that
keister.
literally anywhere hurts.
Yes.
Oh, no,
Right,
sitting
anyway.
across like...
As Cather kind of stands up and puts his pack on.
At this point, 8 hours hits, and the dome kind of goes. Little
also...
pockets of
is
dust. It immediately hits you
always-
the
Aw.
vast heat as you immediately go 50 degrees hotter to what you're used to for the last 8 hours. So you really do get like flash hit with the heat wave. It's bad with the heat stroke. Immediately sweating, immediately dehydrated.
Edward dumps out his tea.
You don't have tea left. It's evaporated.
Oh my gosh.
It's bad.
Wait. Okay, I have a
Pile of
question.
tea leaves.
Has the sky been the same like weird glow of red this whole time, or is there like a day-night cycle in hell?
Nope, no day-night cycle.
Okay.
The day and night
Just-
cycle is you're alive and then you're dead.
Okay. Gotcha.
The smell, pungent, putrid, repulsive smell of constant burning. And I didn't really mention it earlier, but it's not just like sulfur and burning. It's like burned bodies all the time is kind of the smell. It's not a good smell.
It's like a barbecue in Yosemite or Yellowstone.
That's so
That
gnarly.
sounds like a fantastic family outing.
This is so
Wow.
grotesque. This is so unfun.
I'm glad that it's not. I'm glad you're not having
I
fun.
mean,
Grant.
it
That means
is
I'm doing
fa-
my job correctly.
It is hell.
Speaking of unfun, we have a pit full of maggots to get to.
That's right.
Oh boy.
We march on.
Marching orders. Ho-ho.
The same one as before.
Yes.
Roll call. Also,
Don't-
Renaya, what's Pocket seeing?
Good question.
Pocket is passed out at the moment. He's not like passed out like dead. He's just tired. But he made it probably about 6 hours keeping up with this ghost. Before the ghost eventually went around this pillar of decaying heads. And that's where Pocket's like stopped and rested.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess actually I am gonna take the lead now. Since I know the route we gotta take.
So you put Edward in the back, completely unprotected.
Yeah, do we want
Well,
I'm
I
into
figured
it.
I figured it would just be Cather and Renaya
Yeah,
switch.
yeah, Cather.
Yeah, that's what I-
Renaya,
yes.
Cather, Edward, Abenthy.
I'm into it.
Renaya, Aventhy, Edward, Cather in the back. You guys switch.
yeah.
Sure, I suppose that's fine.
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Works
yeah.
good for me. We've got our two tanks defending our flanks.
You guys,
I'm not joking about this.
you guys begin making your way. I will have you all go ahead and roll another stealth check for me.
Stealthy are
This is again to see how good your dexterity is at avoiding stabbing.
It's a 21.
Ooh, Edward.
I know. I'm a stealthy boy today. Edward really doesn't want to get caught by something that will kill him here.
Edward really is tired of getting poked in the side. It's not funny.
19.
Yes.
What was that?
19.
Okay.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I got a 13.
13. Cather?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
That's above average.
So, Drew and Cather and Edward, you both will have the spine damage. Sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, the DC
One
is
off.
20. Gets
Yeah.
him every time.
Get
It's
every
the
time.
Pilates.
It's true. Your souls are hardened from years of dance class.
It's the.
You guys
it's
begin
the
making
orcish
your way
dancing.
once again.
Wait. How much damage? Sorry.
There was no damage, but in the future,
Oh.
today, for this 8-hour combat, for this 8-hour session through the wastes and death and decay and hell, you'll have any damage you have from getting stabbed from the obsidian spines.
Okay. I like that. I like that plan.
I still get a kill triple witch, which I'm really excited about.
Woo! Shame, bro.
You guys begin making your way, following Renaya as she leads in the general direction that ghost was heading. As you do, again, you notice that the small streams of blood are still ever present and ever constant, but they are getting thicker. You've gone from your your little trickle of blood to like kind of a little like stream, like an inch thick, to like 5 or 6 inch thick streams of blood flowing. So you're gradually getting closer and closer to the river of blood, you think.
Finally.
Finally. You keep going for a couple hours. Slow. It's terrible. You get stabbed a lot. Not a fun time. In fact, let's roll some damage just to see what happens.
Hear me out.
Okay, I like
You
this
could
plan.
choose to not.
Maybe we should go a couple more hours before we roll for damage. What do you guys think?
14 points of piercing damage, half to 7.
14.
Okay, well that's not
14.
too bad.
You're like, that's not too bad when I just dealt like a sixth of Aaron's health.
I miss when I had like 200 health.
Aha! Well, we
Guys-
had that.
I mean,
We had that. What's it called? What am I saying? We had that long rest that gave us our health back.
Yeah. You guys keep going. And your minds are slowly kind of not deteriorating, but you're all becoming more irritable the longer you're here.
that's fair.
You don't know if it's an effect of the plane or if it's just your natural reaction as mortal beings to the horrid nature of this plane.
This place sucks.
You know, you don't know if it's because your feet hurt, you've been stabbed like 400 times in the last 24 hours, you all got terrible sleep last night, you're hungry, you can't breathe, the sky sucks, the air sucks, the ground sucks, there's the river Styx that's like calling you to your death like 200 yards away from you. You know, it can get to a guy. It's not a fun time that you're having here. So you're all becoming
stressful, you know.
it's a little stressful, yeah. So the irritability of your personalities is heightened quite a bit, to the point where like you're not even mad at any specific thing. It's just like anything can trigger you guys. You take one step and your ankle rolls just a little bit, and you kind of just like are like, really? That just happened? Like seriously, out of everything, that just happened? You know, that type of irritability where like it's just irrational.
Edward breathes and Trevor just goes, ugh.
But you keep going. After about 5 hours or so, in the distance, you see a little tip of a spire. You keep going for another hour or so, and you watch as the spire grows in the distance as you get closer and it begins to grow. Renaya, you having your natural perception of like 30,000, you can kind of depict it before anyone else. As you approach, you're approaching the spire that you recognize through pockets. It is this massive, probably like a mile tall spire of decapitated, decaying heads. Not skeleton skulls, decaying heads. Rotting flesh, broken jaws, ears falling off, all in different stages of decrepancy. All of them still talking and jabbering and gossiping and irritated with each other. As you approach, you hear constant jammering. The air around you is filled with the sound of millions of voices complaining and spying and insulting and spewing hatred. It's really kind of a horror. I don't even know how to describe how horrible of an experience it is when you're already having the worst experience of your life, and then you hear a million voices complaining about it as well. You know,
It's
like you're trying to
Thanksgiving
keep
with the
morale high,
in-laws.
trying to deal with it, and then you hear millions of people who aren't even going actually through what you're going through. They're kind of going through something worse because they're just a decapitated head that's still alive somehow. It's a horrible experience. But you do see Pockets just hanging out. At one point, he's taken a spike and driven it through the bottom of one of their jaws into their head to keep it shut. And he's leaning against that one, just kind of like dozing off and just hanging out.
I like immensely communicate. Pockets.
Where did you get a knife?
He just sprints over to you.
I just scoop him up.
In Abyssal, he's telling you to never send him ahead to this horrible place again.
I know, I'm sorry, but you did a really good job, thank you. Okay, do you want to be dismissed? Do you not want to be here for
He dismisses himself.
Okay.
Can we get away from this thing? My lungs hurt, my feet hurt, and this is just not making it any better.
The fallen jabbering Tower of Babel.
Is that what it's called, genius?
I have no idea. That's what I'm going to call it.
Well, why are we even
Edward,
here? Shouldn't we
you
get
keep
to the
complaining
river?
about it. You're gonna sound like one of the heads yourself.
Got him. Nice.
I don't suppose anyone would mind if we chopped it down.
I
How do you
think that
I
expect to
they
do
don't
would
think
that?
that's a good idea. Maybe let's stay on target and keep
Besides,
moving.
it's a good landmark. Yeah, it's impossible to miss.
I also
Plus,
love
you don't
the
even
fact-
have a sword right
I-
now.
I
We should
do-
just get to
I
the
do-
river.
Ooh.
Well, to be fair, Cather has a sword, other than his long sword.
Look,
Just
that
like-
wasn't a dig
okay,
at Drew.
actually-
We're just in hell right now.
Because if you notice, Cather also has a great sword and a short sword on top of his long sword. So he's got swords for days, okay?
Mr. No Sword, we should just get to the river.
Ooh, that's a rough bob. Abinthy doesn't actually. He isn't the like. Abinthy's just the add-on instinct. He just stirs the pot. He isn't like, oh, screw these people. He's just like, oh wow, are you gonna take that line down? Wow.
yeah. So what do you guys do?
I mean, there's nothing interesting about the heads other than the fact that they're just zombie heads that are talking.
Yeah, basically it's just, like a quarter mile wide, mile tall spire. I told you it was a mile tall.
I don't think we could chop that down.
I mean,
No,
but
so it's not
quarter
that
mile,
big.
like why? Like that's a thick boy.
I
pretty
mean,
big
if it's a
boy.
mile tall, it's got to be able to. You're talking like that's like 7 Empire
It's
State
just
Buildings on top
it's
of each
just
other.
a mile of just a single.
Just a
head.
single head
It's
straight
one
up.
pole.
Ew.
It like sways in the wind a little bit.
So weird.
There was wind in this acrid hellscape.
It's
No,
ju-
I
it's
hate
not
it.
it's
We keep-
it's
we keep
called
going.
wind, but it's really just the screams of the dam.
It's just the screams of the
sound
dam
waves.
blowing
Like,
things
just-
over.
vibrating it.
There are definitely a couple of the heads that are just straight screaming.
Oh.
Yes.
But I mean, I think that it's probably fine. I would love to go.
Yeah,
Shall we go?
let's keep going.
Let's leave them to their yelling.
What about actually? Oh, you know what? You know what would be great actually is if somebody had the silence spell.
I don't think that it can
Oh,
cover
I don't
that
think I
large of an
do.
area.
It's just-
Wait, do you have that, Renaya?
I don't think I have it prepared.
You have access to it
But
as a cleric.
In that case,
I was just-
Edward
that was-
turns
that
to the
was just-
spire.
That was more just Drew thinking to himself like that would be like a
That's
creative way to
Aventhy's retort.
get
He's
rid-
like, it's a shame someone didn't take access to their silence spell this morning, and then he just walks off.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't be able to help us anyway. It's a mile tall. It only covers like 30 feet.
In that case, Edward turns to the spire and goes, "Oh yeah, well we're not enjoying it here either, huh? You don't see us complaining
They
about it."
Powder directly at you.
Don't draw attention to the heads, Edward.
Well, what are they gonna do? They're just heads.
Edward,
Never ask what are they going to do in
Edward.
hell.
Look,
Edward.
I'm sweaty. Can we just get to the river and get this over with?
Now the DM is rolling dice and it's your
Alright,
fault.
Edward, odd or even?
Yes. I never do this. I'm rolling a d4 and doing whatever the d4 says. 2. So that's even.
Perfect. Edward, as you guys are walking away from the heads,
Edward's just stomping like a little
You're
boy.
stomping. you call it, you're like, what are they gonna do? They're just heads. You take 2 more steps and you hear
No, they're trying
Guys,
to.
heads are falling towards you. There is 50 heads raining down from the sky as they're falling towards you, screaming and jabbering about wanting your death and destruction as they come raining down. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh, my,
that's
this is like the
hilarious.
scene in Open Season with the squirrels that are throwing down acorns
Yeah,
or
exactly.
pine cones or whatever.
Oh my goodness, that's really.
Oh gosh, a dexterity saving throw? So that's a 16 then.
Okay,
16.
Did you add your
Okay.
+3 from Cather?
I didn't, so 19.
All right, okay.
Oh gosh, they're attacking.
What did I tell you? This is every time. This is what your big mouth gets you.
I like to imagine like they're falling and Cather's behind Edward.
The heads are very deliberate. They're only falling around Edward.
Yeah.
Nobody
yeah,
else has
like,
to deal with it.
Cather just like takes one step to the side, one step back. It's like Edward to left, No, to the right. Okay, forward.
No, that one was
I love
on my
it.
right.
Diagonal.
Your
Edward's
left.
right here. Cather's right here. They're literally 6 feet away from each other, and Edward's
You're
like
confusing
as
me.
Cather's coaching him. Edward,
Edward
you
doesn't
take
want it.
Okay, now stop moving.
10, 17, 22, 28 points of bludgeoning damage as you get pelted by 2 or 3 of these heads.
To be fair, coconuts kill more people than sharks yearly.
That's true.
It's
So
hardcore.
if these are targeted and the size of human heads, you're in trouble, buddy.
Now, I don't suppose he takes half damage because he succeeded on a saving throw.
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
even
no.
know. I don't even know how to role play that. He just gets hit by a head and he doesn't like it. You know what I mean?
After that happens, Renaya's gonna go up to Edward and he's gonna be like, "That's what happens when you get ahead of yourself." And I'm gonna use Ruat and cure him a little
Nice
bit.
one. Fantastic jab.
Cather does actually laugh at
I'd
that.
be mad, but it was a good pun.
You use rot, and his shoulder blade snaps back into place.
Ah, oh, I hate it here.
You guys begin putting
Suddenly,
some
my
distance.
day's made better.
You begin putting some
Oh,
distance
you-
between you and the pillar. That might be my favorite thing that's happened so far.
It's raining, man. And
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
hallelujah. Kind of.
All
I
right,
guess.
you get 20 back.
Wow. Heck yeah,
Oh,
girl.
my goodness.
She just whacks you with the rod like a baseball
That was
bat.
The rod
Solid
grows into a
roll.
bat and she smacks you in it.
No, if only we could take care of the whole poison thing. Oh,
You're not
Let me know when that
Keeps
gets
walking.
bad, okay?
it's pretty bad.
You're
It's
still
bad.
talking?
Bad.
I mean, it's not. It won't be bad until the
I haven't
DM
keeled
tells us
over
that we
and
are under
died
the
yet.
poison condition.
Poisoned. You begin
We'll
putting
just
some
die.
distance between the head. Yeah, there's no check. You just die. I just keep track and I tell you when you die. That's what that's going to
Here's
go.
a real life timer with 30 minutes on it.
Exactly. You guys, I think I've said this like 8 times now. You guys begin putting some distance between you and the Tower of Heads. Not quite as long later, probably only about 30 more minutes of walking. You crest one of the boulders and you see in the distance kind of a little glimmer. Looking at it a little more intensely, you realize that there is a bronze citadel off in the distance. It's this massive castle-like structure with 12 rings of walls surrounding it before dissipating into structures of housing for legionnaires and training grounds for new devils. This, you immediately recognize this to be the quote-unquote kind of headquarters of Avernus, where new devils are trained, where tactics are made, where Zariel and her advisors would reside. You begin giving it a wide berth,
Yeah. Real.
wanting nothing really to do with it.
Oh, look, I
And
think I
trying
see
your best
Zariel
to-
up there on the tower.
Yeah,
Don't
she's
look.
the angel that's like the literal angel of death. You begin making your way around it, and it takes quite a bit. This city encompasses several square miles, and so it's a wide berth to go around it. Probably a 3 to 7 mile why am I forgetting the name?
Detour?
Detour. Thank you.
yeah, yeah,
My goodness. I like to think I can use words, but sometimes I don't know. This show makes me think I can't.
Using words is overrated. I use
Fair.
actions.
That detour is probably going to cost you guys another day. Just as
Well,
having to move at the pace that you're going, it's a long, long time. You also are now a little bit more aware of the fact that there are patrolling legions of devils constantly surrounding you. So you're having to time how you travel through different places to avoid those legions. As you get closer to the Bronze Citadel, that becomes more difficult as there are more legions on patrol. And so it almost becomes a game of like red light, green light almost, where you're stopping and waiting for like 30 minutes while a patrol goes by, and then you zoom out and try and book it across to where you think that you might be able to get to another place. And you walk for a little bit, and then you have to wait for another one. So you're constantly like kind of stopping and going and moving around. After a little while, you keep going. And you're probably about 3, 4, 5 miles away from the Bronze City at this point. You haven't been paying too much attention to where you're going. You've just been trying to kind of like meander the maze of patrols. You guys find yourselves about half a mile away from the River Styx.
Whoa. That's pretty close.
It's very close.
And is this like a flat landscape? It just has a bunch of jagged bits to it?
Yeah, it's a flat, jagged landscape, so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
The river itself cuts through the landscape, but almost like, not quite a mist, but there's an aura around it that wisps and flows and shifts and shimmers as these inky tendrils kind of come up and spread and then simmer back down. And you do see faces floating through it every once in a while. Every once in a while you'll find this long boat traveling down it, seemingly empty. I need all of you to roll wisdom saving throws.
Oh, man.
Hey.
I really would not have guessed we were going to be dealing with the River Styx today.
So right about now is when I'm asking the question, does me being a celestial do anything?
No.
No? Okay. I suppose it give me advantage or something. But...
No.
Okay, well, I'll start. I got a 16.
I got a 16.
Is that with
16s.
Is that with your plus 3s?
Oh, no,
No.
I got a 19.
I got a 19.
So, yeah.
Okay, good.
I got a 28.
I suppose this is a charm effect, DM.
No. You get charmed by the River Styx.
I suppose this is a fear.
It leans in and goes, "Hey there, handsome boy, how you doing?"
I suppose this is a fear effect, is
I
it?
don't know if anyone's
No.
ever told you,
No.
your traps look incredible.
Have you seen- nice traps. Have you seen mine? As it's
Scene from me.
That's good
Yo.
wordplay.
thanks.
Wait, yeah.
I
Did you
love
get your-
how it feels almost insincere.
Yeah.
Well, it was honest. It was good wordplay.
So you guys know when Frodo is in Mordor, no, not in Mordor, when he's in Osgiliath and the ring wraith shows up and he's like so tempted to like put the ring on and like go to the ring wraith. That's the feeling that you guys have.
Nerd
Almost.
alert, am I right?
Almost unconsciously, almost automatically, you find your feet moving beneath you, shifting
Whoa.
towards the river, moving ever closer, pulling on the draw, this lifeline that this River Styx almost has towards you. Thankfully, all of you succeeded, barely. The DC was 18.
So I like to think that we're like, all of us start walking towards the River Styx and none of us say anything,
No.
even though we all know what's going on. But we're all like, this is fine. And then eventually we're all like, maybe we shouldn't.
And then Catherine just gets just barely in front of Renaya and Edward, and they see his traps, and they're just like, "Oh my goodness, no!"
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
for a
I
moment, his
forgot.
massive bulk blocks the view of the river.
I snaps out of it.
Like,
Abinthy
literal,
did
like,
fared pretty well.
Abinthy, you didn't even feel the draw. You
I
just
looked-
wanted to get closer.
I see the faces that,
We all
that
start-
draw me to the river, and I just go,
We all start like turning, and Abinthy just grabs our heads and like turns us back
Oh.
around.
Yeah, that's
You
I
all
tried
find
to turn
yourselves-
Cather, but it's like,
that's for sure what happened. That's
You will
definitely
find
what
yourselves feet away, like 5, 6, 7 feet. There's
What?
wisps around you.
happened. We walked half a mile.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that sucks.
magic, bro.
Yeah.
And then once we got there, Abinthy was like,
Yeah, I was
Maybe-
like, I like the
This is a
plan.
close
I was like,
enough.
This is getting a little
I'll
pretty
turn
sure
him
we were
away
told
now.
Not to go into the river. Oh, I bet. Ooh, are they in so? Oh, that's not good.
You guys find yourselves on the border of the River Styx. It's an interesting sensation. Having been able to resist the draw of it, you find yourselves standing there conscious, aware, taking in the situation around you. Instead of kind of that state of euphoria where you're just kind of moving without thinking, you now are there. It's much cooler on the bank.
That's nice.
It's inviting. It's a pleasant aroma. It almost smells, it kind of has that ambrosia type effect where it tastes like your most favorite food. This has the same thing with smell, where it just smells like whatever you interpret the best smell in the world to be. It is a horrifying trap as you realize that it constantly shifts and changes to lure each individual person in with whatever their deepest desires are. You hear the voices of loved ones calling to you. You hear or you sense the smells of your favorite aromas. You have a much more pleasant temperature and weather around it rather than the rest of Avernus, where it's a literal furnace that you guys are staying in. You are sitting now coolly with a gentle breeze, almost like you're on a cloudy summer's day. It's really, you come to, and it's a horrifying realization that this inanimate object can pull even the strongest souls such as yourselves towards it. What do you guys do?
Well, guys, I think we should just stay here. It's way nicer. It's way nicer weather. Nice cool 7
Ultima.
degrees. Feels real
You
nice.
have said the exact opposite of what I was going to recommend. We should probably
That was a joke.
leave this place. Oh,
Edward says
I've never
Ultima
heard you joke before.
and gets a sword. He summons his sword with his word, Ultima. See? He's like,
Rapier appears.
yes, well, maybe we should stay on guard, but I mean, Cather's right. Sticking around a little bit, maybe. Just maybe escape the heat, and it smells like cinnamon. And
No, Abinthy's right. We need to get away from this.
Oh,
Cather will
someone
kind
put
of
that-
glance on the opposite the opposite shore. Does he spot anything? Like any creatures or like demons or something like that?
It's really hard. Go ahead and make a perception check with disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult to look across the river.
Wow.
Between the mists and the tendrils and the luring effect of it, it's almost impossible to see across the river Styx. It's like the river Styx kind of becomes, it like encompasses your vision and your senses. Like, if you stare too long at the river Styx, you're afraid that you might lose control again.
9.
Yeah, no,
You
like,
jumped
you
just
look-
right in.
you're like, okay, what's across it? What's across it? What's that smell? Huh?
You're
Melora?
now like an
What?
inch away from the
Ugh.
water, and all three of us are trying to. We're like, no.
we won't want to get stuck to the sticks. Am I right?
That was worse of a joke.
That was
That was not good wordplay. You will not get a compliment from me.
Marshawn.
Yes, we should leave this place.
I suppose.
Let the
You're
dead
right.
remain there.
Heaven and
just
hell.
because
Slight breeze was
isn't
nice.
heaven at
I'm
all.
curious, Triple Wits. Is there anything specifically that you do?
Oh, I mean, I probably shouldn't stick my hand in the water, but as we're all walking away, can I cobble together like a little like jar on a string that I can like drop out of my
You toss a
sleeve?
little jar and a string
Yeah.
and just kind of drag it through.
Not a bad idea.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Abinthy pauses to go fishing.
Yeah, I noticed that there was a fishing mini game nearby, and I was like, "You guys go on ahead. I'll be right there."
Fishing stream.
Okay, 16.
Yeah, 100%.
Is Abinthy
You-
proficient with jars?
Is Abinthy
You have
proficient with
no
jars?
idea.
Yes. You tie a little jar on a string, give it a little toss, and you now have a vial of the river Styx.
I would say without a doubt, Renaya, with your plus your
30.
20 passive perception or whatever, you just hear "Bloop." And Abinthy's like,
Renaya's fully aware, but honestly expects it at this point.
He's like 2 feet away as well.
Yeah, I don't have that much string. Well, I do have a lot of string. I'm not using that much.
He's just like,
Also-
don't mind me.
Lydia, thank you for pointing out that knee is happening. For the podcast listener,
Oh, yeah.
DJ is sitting with his knees up, so we can
Both.
see it on
You're
stream.
getting some double knee action.
We call it knee J. So just so the podcast listener.
Yeah, I'll throw my violin there, reel it back. Be very careful to not get like stick swatter on my hands.
The wiggle.
It looks so funny on stream. I'm crying.
Man, if only those podcast viewers could see it. If you could live. Mondays at 7 p.m. CST.
On stream,
Central
they're just
Standard
like
Time.
you-
barely poking up.
You pull it out, give it a good shake, try and get all the sticks off.
I put on a
There's
pair of
obviously
gloves.
going to be a little bit. There you go. You put on some gloves, you close it up, toss it in.
Burn those. Throw those both gloves in the river.
Great.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
hold on. It looks like you were about to narrate something, so I'll look at them real quick.
You look at them. They have a the river itself has like a silvery hue to it. Like if you've ever seen Harry Potter, like unicorn's blood from the Philosopher's Stone.
Hmm.
Kind of that texture and style to it. Until you notice your face like falling into it, like you're like wanting to encapsulate yourself with it.
It's like that thing where you like have to keep your hand at the same distance, but it slowly gets like closer. Like
Yeah.
you put 2 fingers apart and they slowly like start to touch. And then Abby's like, this is actually
Yeah.
quite rare. I should probably I'm gonna put these in a bag. So I take the gloves off and stick them in a bag because I don't want to waste a single drop. All right.
Fair.
You never know when you might need to make a second lich.
It's like Dragon's
Yeah.
Breath in Minecraft.
You
Yeah.
guys begin pulling yourselves away. Pulling yourselves away from the sticks, walking away from the sticks is like ripping open a wound, like reopening a wound. You're like walking away and you feel that feeling like you're doing something wrong. That feeling of like, you know that what you're doing isn't right and that it's causing harm to yourself. Even though consciously you know that it's the opposite is true, but you can't help but feel like you're like peeling off a scab. Paint
It
both.
just adds to
like-
the frustration.
Yes.
Abby weeps. Once we
I'm
get
glad
that on
that
the
we
bingo
got it
card.
every single episode. But eventually you guys get yourselves far enough away that the draw of the sticks is not quite as strong. Probably after about a mile or so. And you continue on your way. You continue winding and traversing and getting stabbed and splintered and just really not having a great time for the next several hours. It gets to be about 8 hours in. You're not really sure how far you have to go still. You don't have a timeline for this. You get the feeling you're getting a lot closer as those tiny streams of blood have turned into kind of like little creeks that all flow through the ever ebbing turns of the plain. So you know you have to be getting close to the river of blood, and you know that you're gonna have to cross the river of blood eventually. So you're making progress towards that. At this point, you've also gone around the bronze citadel, and it's beginning to shrink behind you ever so slightly. You're not far from it, probably only a mile or two away from it, like linearly. I can't speak anymore. Anyway.
It's late.
But you do come upon another time where you keep going, you're going to take on a point of exhaustion, you're going to have to start dealing with poisoned lungs, whole 9 yards. You've reached the extent of your physical abilities to travel through this plane. At this time.
Abby is too tired to speak long phrases, so he just goes, Edward.
I know. He starts casting the spell.
Beautiful.
I set up my alarm and stuff.
Neiman's tiny hut. Once the spell is cast,
Mhm.
Edward tries to find a spot to lay down. And he just says out loud, "Oh, I hope tomorrow we find what we're looking for."
Yes, probably.
Before Edward goes to bed, Cather will recommend to adjust the hue of the dome to match our surroundings to better camouflage us, since we are still pretty close to the bronze citadel.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot. He makes it like this reddish,
Mhm.
brownish,
Yeah.
bloody, rusty color,
Yeah,
which
my
I'm assuming is
favorite
the
about
color.
Leoman's Tiny Hut is it's basically just the like Roadrunner cartoon where they paint the like road on the side of a wall.
Yes,
So you're just
exactly.
like, this is probably, yeah, it's probably fine.
Just something about this isn't right, but I don't know what it is.
Just think, a bath, maybe.
Don't remind me.
Some
Don't
water.
remind me. Shh. Don't even bring it up. It'll make it worse. Just go to sleep. Just keep it in your dreams. It won't evaporate.
Are you guys keeping watch?
Yeah, Renai is taking first watch.
Same watch stuff. Apathy actually is not able to sleep tonight.
Renaya, you begin your watch. Cather falls asleep. Edward falls asleep. Turbowitz tries to fall asleep. After a little while, you notice that he hasn't closed his eyes in like 20 minutes.
Trouble sleeping again, Avanthy.
Oh, I thought I was being so stealthy about it.
I pick up on these things.
Ah, yes, you are incredibly perceptive. Must be those elven eyes. And your ability to see the round world is flat, if we're going by Tolkien logic. So, how's your time here in the Nine Hells going?
Not as bad as it is for you all. Not
Oh.
great either.
I feel wonderful. I cough blood.
So what's keeping you up?
Yes. Who did you see
Who did I see?
at the river?
Who did I see at the river?
You saw your deepest desire. This is an excellent role play scenario. What is Renaya's deepest desire in this moment?
It's just a
Not
shift
even in this
spots.
moment. I shouldn't say that because it can shift from the moment. Her average deepest desire. You know, what does she usually deepest?
Oh gosh, I wonder what
Multiple
it could
shirtless grots.
possibly be.
So it's a whole harem of just grots.
It's just the end of the world.
give
I'm
me
ju- I'm just
a snippet of a scene in your ideal life.
Okay, honestly, Renaya's ideal is just back at Grotz's palace with Grotz. Like, still his palace, still, like, Grotz. It's not some, like, picket fence deal. It's like, it's back at the palace. She loves the
She's like,
palace.
I'm a queen. I deserve a palace.
Like, that's home.
I am Magic in chat said Benson.
No, no,
That's what I saw.
no.
Do we?
No.
That is actually a very important question. Can I have acquired Benson? That may be a very important part
Ew,
to.
that's so
No.
weird.
I might need to make a
I-
clone.
I literally don't want Benson to exist.
You don't have to see
It's
him.
like
I'll just
Doctor
keep him in
Who,
the,
how they had
I'll
the
keep him in
hand.
the keep.
Odd or even?
I'm sorry, I
no.
turned this to Benson. Actually, I blame
Odd.
chat.
Let it be odd, please. Please, God.
What did you say?
Odd.
Oh my gosh, Aaron.
Yes.
Yeah, you have in a pouch the shriveled,
Yeah.
like
Ew.
compressed,
Don't describe it.
wrinkly. It's like purple. It's bruised.
Oh,
The decrepit flesh of your
Yeah,
offspring,
yeah.
basically.
I don't have it on me. I would have left it at Gambit's keep in like one of those you know, the jars that you definitely see in every horror movie that just contain random stuff and liquid.
Yeah, embalming fluid, and then there's like a thumb.
Yeah,
Benson's in
and Benson's in there, and it's just marked. Definitely not important. Don't touch this.
It's like
My
ashy
son,
now,
question
and
mark,
it's
not
somehow
clickbait?
grown.
Me,
It's somehow grown
Benson?
more hair.
There's now more hairs coming off.
It-
When
it's-
was
Ew,
it?
ew. Okay, I'm done. We're done. Closing it. Not touching it.
Just the sound of screams.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron, get back in the scene. Ask the question
I'm
again.
here.
Help me.
What did you see at the river? Who did you see?
Did you see anyone?
I saw Grot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What did you see?
Mine was not as pleasant. I suppose.
Why is the DM laughing so hard?
I'm so sorry. I just looked in chat and I just see the comment, Grotz or Renaya cradling Benson in a baby blanket thing.
That is
Yes, I am at
so
fault.
cursed. That's
Okay, anyway,
so
sorry.
cursed.
Sorry.
It's fine. I was just trying to be. I mean, hey, we
Right.
interrupted your play, and I wasn't. Now it's fair game.
Look, you shouldn't
It
have kept
happens.
Benson.
It happens. What? You knew about that?
It's what's distracted us from this conversation. We need to get back in the zone. Anyway, what did you see?
Oh yes. I told you that there was someone that I cared about very deeply who died. Among other things, she was there.
I see.
Yes. Would you like to hear a rather sad story? I don't know if it's sad, but it's certainly gruesome.
I mean, we're in hell. Why not?
I figured that fit the charm, if you could call it that. In some ways, you're not the only demon here. I've been called as such. Of course, I'm not like you. When I was young, to be fair, I'm not that old yet, but when I was younger, some 4 years perhaps after I left my home, maybe 5, I had been traveling, as I do, searching for different things, and I stumbled across a small village. It was more of a collection of villages with one larger town in the center. The region went by the name of the center town. It was called Malkia. It was at base class a very charming little, I don't even know what to call it. I just call it a region. The people were poor in a worldly sense, but since they was too far removed from anything else, there really wasn't a disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. It was a misleading place. There was a group there. I never learned their name, but it was some form of depraved cult or something along that line. And they were doing terrible, terrible things. Even where we are now, I have toured the hells. I have gazed into the abyss, and I have seen what lies in the darkness beyond the stars. I would rather be anywhere than in the cages where that cult kept people. That is how terrible they were. I took it upon myself to stop them. I was 17 at the time, give or take. I succeeded. It took me around 2 months. I traveled from village to village, starting at the outer ones and moving inwards towards the center town of Malkia. And I pulled that cult up by its roots. I eliminated every single person there. The rest of the townspeople who were not involved never learned about the cult. To them, some serial killer, some demon, was set loose on their happy little paradise and was destroying their friends and family. Some of them, of course, were found out. Some of them were found with rituals and strange instruments of torture and pain, and those were the ones that blamed. They had thought that they had meddled with the dark arts, and it had come back to destroy them and wreak havoc. Eventually, I succeeded in rooting them out. There was not a trace of them left. Through all of it, I wasn't able to save a single person. The ones that lived were too broken physically or mentally to really be considered living anymore. They called me the Demon Butcher of Malkir, or the Butcher for short. And they called me a butcher because in order to let the rest of the cult members know that I was coming for them, I strung the ones that I killed up like slabs of meat from the trees. That was the first time that I had ever had someone tell stories about me to frighten children. And it certainly wasn't the last. By the end of it, I was perhaps a little beyond mad. But I was saved. At the very last stop, the final head of the organization, there was one person, one survivor. It was a young, couldn't have been more than 6-year-old girl, a drow, whose mother had been captured and was born in that terrible, terrible place. She was certainly not in a healthy way, but she was alive. And I clung to that, like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. At that point in time, neither of us were okay. And in some ways, we've found solace in that. I, of course, being 17 at the time, was not exactly prepared, especially after the several months prior, to take care of a child. So I took her to one of the few friends that I had, a man named Yorwick, who helped me in the past, and I helped him. And he agreed to help raise her. Together, we named her Talanashta, Talon for short. She was something akin to a little sister to me. That is who I saw at the river.
I see.
Well, that was not a very fun story, but it's an important one.
You've heard many stories about me, right, Ebony?
Oh, hundreds.
Have you heard about my family?
I know that you were part of a cult. Some of it I've heard from Edward. If you go by the lay of the land, what the people speak about it, it varies from place to place. Some say that you were simply trapped there, that you escaped and killed them all in vengeance. Some say that you started it. Some say that it was created around you. Some say that you were hatched from an egg of darkness. I don't believe that one, but it would be pretty cool. Some say that an egg hatched in you. I'm not too sure about that one either, but I've heard stranger things. From what I've heard from Edward, you were part of a cult. You did a lot of things. Probably killed a lot of people, although he's a little vague on what exactly happened. And then either they tried to kill you or you escaped. That part's a bit fuzzy for me. Maybe a little bit of both. You may have killed them, honestly, I don't know.
Do you know what they...
Hello, neighbor.
Wow, crazy.
Our neighbors
Wow.
revving their motorcycle again. Just ignore it. Keep going.
I
Keep
didn't
going.
know that there were Hell's Angels
It's-
in literally hell.
Nice. It's Ghost Rider.
It's the heads. They've followed us.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a
Nicholas
bunch of heads on
Cage.
bikes.
Did Edward ever tell you what they believed?
As much as Edward tells pretty much anything. So no, not really at all.
Well, essentially, they thought death was freedom. And so they felt it was their duty to free the living.
You had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
Basically, they believe they're martyrs for being murderers. They think that
Great.
they are sacrificing their own death so that other people who don't know any better get to die. It's complicated, it's messy, but they're still living. They're still out there. And I've had a lot of time to go after them. And I haven't.
Do you want to? Like, honestly.
No. I don't want them to continue. I just don't want them to be. It's very much like it's just hard to think about because the way to stop them would be killing them.
Yes,
But
it's not
then-
really like a
But
happy
then you're doing
medium.
exactly what they. Yeah.
In some ways, I can understand it, their point of view.
I can too.
It is a difficult thing to be trapped in your own mind. I don't know if death solves the problem, but to some, I could understand.
It's a lie. A lie was planted and it grew and it grew and it grew and then it's at the point where it's can't be managed.
Like an unfortunate rose bush.
A very unfortunate rose bush. I think about them a lot. I have for years.
If I was a stronger mage, I would say that I have a solution. Plenty of ways to trap someone for eternity. Unfortunately, I'm not that strong anymore.
It's strange though. I used to pity them. I escaped. And I believed none of them would ever be able to. And I wanted so badly for them to escape. Now, I don't care. I don't care what happens to them. I don't want to know.
It's an interesting dilemma. I can understand it. I've pondered for a very long time if the things that I did in Malkir were right to do. I questioned it afterwards. Sometimes I still question it today. Because whose job is it to mete out justice?
Was justice even real? I don't know if I've ever really understood it. But what I do know is that had I not done what I did, then Talanashta would have suffered. And countless more would have suffered to the point where potentially it never would have stopped. And it may have grown into an unfortunate rose bush. But that does not mean that what I did was right. Necessary, but not right. And so it is a burden that I carry, and a story that I don't often tell.
Tarak used to tell me a lot about the differences between good and evil and right and wrong. And I guess what I'm getting at is I get scared sometimes because before it was I couldn't tell the difference, and a lot of times now I don't really care to know the difference.
That is certainly concerning. I don't know about right and wrong, good and evil. Don't know a thing about it. I know that there are things that I do like and things that I don't like, and I don't know if any of those are correct. Frankly, I don't know if it's worth dwelling on it.
But I don't.
I do think that it isn't correct to not question whether or not it is. It's unhealthy.
You see, Renaya starts to try to she goes to start to say more, but she just kind of stops and...
You can speak your mind here. I don't mean to. I don't want to make it feel like I'm judging you harshly for your decisions.
I just don't think you understand.
Doubtful. That I understand. I don't think that anyone can truly be understood.
Yeah.
I would like to hear more about this track, though. Edward has mentioned him a couple of times, and I know that all of you have cared greatly about him. But I haven't really heard any scale of what kind of person he was. Seems an odd bunch altogether. If I were to name your personality traits, I would never have guessed who any of you were.
I can tell you more about him another time, but he was the bestest friend you could have.
I mean, that's enough for now. I would hate to ruin someone's image in this hellscape, literally. Well, I
you should
don't
try
want
to sleep.
Yes, I suppose I should probably give it a shot. It's going to be a rough day tomorrow as well. But it has been helpful to talk to you. Perhaps the demons will calm down now that it's in open air. Not trying to be offensive because you're a demon. That was just a turn of phrase.
It's a little offensive, but it's
I'm
fine.
very
Don't
sorry.
worry about it. Just go back to
That
sleep.
the
got it. I know what you meant.
I don't
know
know
the
any
intention
better
of it.
turn of phrase for that.
It's okay. Don't.
I'm
It was.
tired.
I was trying to. I got. It's okay.
Proceeds to cry himself to sleep.
Yes.
Renata,
Yeah.
Good.
you go about the rest of your watch. And it's uneventful outside of everything that you've already seen so far in your previous watch. The difference is that you can see the ever so slight shimmer of the bronze citadel in the distance now. This strangely, it's very strange because it gives off kind of a sense of hope in hell. It's really weird, but it's just this symbol that there is civilization here, and not just civilization that immediately wants to murder you, but civilization that thinks and
Civilized.
builds and contributes to the landscape and maintains this place even within the landscape that it is. It's oddly, strangely beautiful only because there's the context of literal hell surrounding it. You go about the rest of your watch. Your 4 hours go by. And it's time to wake up Catherine.
She kind of like shakes him a little bit, but she does it like in passing, so as to kind of just wake him up and then immediately just get herself situated.
Yeah, as Cather awakes, just kind of takes stock of like everyone, the rest of the party and their situation.
Aventhy lays in a pool of tears.
They're evaporating around him. Even with
No, it's temperature controlled. That means that the evidence will be erased in 8 hours.
Edward looks very uncomfortable, but he's like out.
Aventhy has one hand on Edward's ankle.
There,
He's
you
like
can
a vice-
visibly
like
see
a
a spike
vice
going
grip.
into Edward's ribs. It's like-
It's just slowly getting deeper. where
She's slowly
you may
sinking
just
further
not
under.
wake up.
That's so messed up.
You're not sure if there's that divot in his chest is just kind of because of him like curling
In a-
over, or
in a
if it's
messed up
literally a lung
position.
collapsing inside of his chest. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh.
It's hard to know.
It's hard to tell.
Happened
You
to
do
guy-
notice that Renaya is visibly kind of like upset. Is that a good word for it, Renaya? Is that how you describe yourself?
She's distanced. She's
Yeah.
she's spaced.
Lovely.
And thus your watch begins. Would you like to do anything?
Yeah. He just kind of,
Kill us
Just-
all.
yeah. He pulls out his sword and he's like, you know what, Edward, this is what he said earlier.
This is for not liking my tea.
Yeah, no, he just kind of sits and, like, and like actually will like a couple times like stand up and like pace around as he's kind of like talking to himself and thinking out loud. Still pretty quietly, but it's just kind of thinking out loud. Yeah.
Renaya, do you go to sleep?
That's a great question.
She's probably more in the more like meditative
Mm-hmm.
trance deal,
Yeah.
less like actually trying to sleep.
Okay. Catherine, you pace around for your 4 hours. Renaya, kind of just as you're like slipping into your trance, you notice Catherine get up and just start pacing. And after your 4 hours where you slip out of the trance, Catherine's still standing pacing around.
By the way, DM, I know it's not important because you didn't ask me, but I totally just rolled a natural 20 on my perception check.
Congratulations.
For
You
total-
see the pit of maggots.
For a total of 26.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, looking around, you do see the river of blood in the distance along the horizon.
Nice. We're close-ish.
Ish.
Yeah.
Your 4 hours goes by. The rest of you wake up. Your bubble.
Tears evaporate.
Edward, you don't quite wake up just before the spell goes off. So the bubble, and you are awoken to the immense heat and smell of sulfur. Plus, there's definitely 3 inches of a spike into your ribs. Like, it's not great.
3 inches?
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah,
half
not
your
like-
body.
I'd like to get 3-inch spike that's like poking at me, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sore. Oh,
Yep.
there's a spike.
Abinthy wakes up.
It's like blood splurting.
Abinthy
Ew.
wakes up and he immediately just assumes he's being attacked, but he isn't grabbing his staff. He just has Edward's ankle and goes, ah! It's just like pulls you.
Edward,
like
you
a
get pulled,
foot.
and your back is slightly shredded as you're dragged across spikes.
Oh,
Why
I'm
would
so
you do
sorry.
that? He like kicks at your hand. Why would you do that?
Well, that's
I'm
okay,
it was an interesting dream.
Hey,
I'm
everybody.
so sorry.
Hey, I had a very concerning thought last night as I was falling asleep. What if do you think this blood is like disease or anything? Like
Edward gets AIDS
Well,
from
we're
this.
not-
From,
We're not walking around in the blood, so you should be fine.
no,
Well,
you guys, no.
like,
I don't know if
infection.
I don't know if I explained that well enough based off that comment. There is blood everywhere. It is
Yeah.
impossible not to be walking in blood.
Yeah, that sucks.
And
I take
I
it
mean,
back.
infection
Edward, you
is-
should be very concerned.
I don't have any antibiotics on me.
You have a Katha. Katha, you deal with diseases,
I
right?
don't know. I just
Cather is antibiotics.
looking a little red around some of the cuts. And he's like pushing on
Yeah.
some of his.
That's called
Oh,
that's
no,
called
no.
that's called
Don't
your
worry.
blood, Edward.
If there's
Make a
something
medicine
wrong, we'll
check,
get
Edward.
it fixed.
Okay, medicine check.
Edward has every disease.
How about a 22? Dude, I'm really hot tonight.
Dang it. I was so hoping you get like a 2 so I could just be like, Edward thinks that he's dying.
Edward thinks he
that
has
his hand's about to
gangrene.
fall out. You look at your cuts and your bruises, and they don't look to be infected or anything like that. They're just cuts and
wow.
bruises. The nice thing about the obsidian shards is they're incredibly sharp, so they're very clean cuts.
Clean cuts.
Okay.
It's
I mean,
way
I'll
worse to be
take it.
cut by a dull knife.
Well, that's okay. We're gonna get there today, I think. Maybe, I
Yes.
hope.
Well, maybe if
Speaking
we
of which,
move quickly.
I have a feeling that in some alternate dimension, we only have 30 minutes. I think we can make it to the pit of maggots. That way it's set up nicely for the next episode.
And you know what? In a weird way, it's so miserable that I almost don't care anymore. And maybe we could get used to this.
I'm telling you,
know.
my lungs feel stronger.
Edward's gone through the
thank you.
stages of grief, and he's now reached acceptance.
Yes, thank you for the 100 bits, Ragul. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't
Due on
know.
Thursday for
It'll be
table
over
service.
soon enough, I guess.
Begin
We should
making
just
your
keep
way,
on moving.
and you keep on moving, continuing to get ever closer. After only about an hour or so, the streams collect, and you come across a not as gruesome as some of the other scenes that you've seen, but still really disgusting. You come across a flowing literal river of blood. Yes or no?
As we're approaching it,
Mhm.
like as I'm seeing it starting to come in,
Mhm.
I would like to ritual cast Water Walk.
Oh.
Oh my God,
that
you're like
just
you're
a-
like the
is that
Antichrist.
just a
Instead of
fact?
walking across water, you walk across blood.
The
Across
spell grants the
blood.
ability to move across any liquid surface such as water, acid, mud, snow, quicksand, or lava as if it were harmless solid ground.
Does
Creatures
this
crossing
specifically
molten
mention
lava
blood? That's
can
awesome.
still take damage from the heat. Up to 10 willing creatures you can see within range gain this ability for the duration.
Nice.
Heck yeah, girl.
I
You
was
cast this-
I had plans. This is
Yeah,
way
I was gonna
better.
cast like
This is
flying
way more
steed and like fly over it.
Renaya
on,
literally
on,
like
an
it's just
owl.
ritual casting this, and when we approach the river, she doesn't stop. She just keeps walking.
Wow.
You
I was
all
gonna-
stop
Whoa.
to take the scene as it's a disgusting scene. It's a river of literal blood. It's not
Yeah,
water. It's
You.
thicker.
icky.
There's a smell to it. It has iron in the air. There's chunks of flesh and scat
okay,
clotting and all this gross stuff.
I imagine
Do you
she
suppose
gets
that's a halak
she
thing?
gets like she gets a little bit ways out and she goes, "Well, come on,
I can't do that. I'm not a fiend.
I got you. Don't worry. Come on."
What?
If you had the size of a
Magical.
mustard seed, you would walk on this water.
Are you just calling me out onto the blood? Is this what's
Yes.
Yeah,
happening?
you're like Peter.
This
Trust
is
in
me
me.
of little
This is a
faith.
very Jesus Peter moment. Oh my gosh.
I hope that
Look,
halfway through
Renaya-
you lose faith
Renaya-
and fall into the blood.
Is Nico Miras is Jesus? Let's go.
Come
Okay.
full on
Are
demon,
you sure?
like
I mean,
Abenthine
literally,
was-
like is about to be like the daughter-in-law of the devil. Like,
Yeah.
let's go.
Abenthine was preparing to cast like Wall of Force to make a tunnel underneath, like through the blood, so it would be like, oh, look at
so
all
you're
the blood.
going the
And he's like,
Moses route. Nah,
yeah,
Renai's
I was
the
going
Jesus
Moses,
route.
and then
Get
I
on
straight
that
up got
level,
one
dude.
upped. I was about to part the Red. I was literally about to part the Red
Part the Red
Sea,
Sea. There you
Here's the
go.
deal,
and
Aaron.
then
You've
you
rocked
one-upped
it.
me.
You've rocked it with the spells so far. I had to have one. I'm an Arcana cleric. I had to do
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah.
Sick.
Arcana
Okay.
cleric.
So we walk
Look
across
at what
the
they
river of
have to
blood.
How
do
does this
to mimic
work?
a fraction of our power.
I just push Edward, and he just kind of stumbles out there.
Does a full somersault.
Cather, what is wrong with you?
I dance a jig across the river. I'm like, whoa, whoa. It's bouncy.
Edward
It's like a
takes a few
trampoline.
slow
I-
steps as
I-
if he is a baby giraffe trying
I
to
need
walk.
someone who knows how to animate that scene of
I'm
Aben
trying.
an Irish jig across a river of blood in hell.
He has, so just so you know, like Abenthy's like upper body is toned from years of like travel and sword work. His legs are like super pale, stringy, like old man legs. He's got like knobby knees.
He's like lifting up his little like skirt
Yeah,
thing.
Abenthy has never done leg day.
I love it. You
I would
guys-
imagine this is
I hate this
disorienting.
image.
Look, it's in the
this
art.
has
He is the epitome of a chicken leg. Yeah.
Yeah.
this has to be disorienting because as the blood is flowing, I'm assuming we're stepping on it like solid ground. So it's like flowing under your foot, I'd imagine. And that's just gotta be sickening for multiple.
I don't
It's like
know
vertigo.
the mechanics of it, but yeah, I would imagine it's very vertigo-esque. Where if you like watch where you're walking, it's like you can't physically watch where you're stepping because your foot is like floating on moving stuff. So you have to just watch where you're going and not look down at where you're stepping because you're very much right. It's disorientating.
I would like to think that
Yeah.
if willed, you can
Disorienting.
choose to be
That's
carried with the
disorienting.
flow,
Uh-oh.
and
Uh-oh.
it just
No, we see you. You're good.
Oh, cool.
oh,
Mhm.
and it just looks like. Have you seen those music videos where they do the dances across treadmills?
Yes,
And
exactly.
they like just take steps, and then it's like, oh,
yes.
After Edward yells at Cather for pushing him, he quickly feels dizzy and a little sick, and he like braces onto Cather to help him across, like the elderly. You help him across the river. I
if
guess.
there was a time to vomit, it's into the river of blood.
I need all of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh, thank goodness.
Constitution?
My greatest
Constitution.
distraction.
Do we get the +3
Come
from
on,
Kathy?
baby.
Yes. If I ask you to make a
Ooh.
saving throw and you're within
Oh
10 feet of
my
Catherine, you
God.
automatically get that +3.
Well, I don't
15.
succeed.
Okay, 15,
18.
18,
16 for me.
18. And
A whole 13 off
Okay.
of a 2, because if you
Cather
ask for
and
con
Renai-
save, I suck.
you both do pretty all right, especially you, Cather, because you're literally in full plate mail. So like when you get pricked, it's like on your neck and your wrists and your ankles.
Yeah.
You know, and like the back of your knees, but not where you have plate mail. Abenthy and Edward,
I shouldn't have hiked up my robes.
you have so many pinpricks in your body that you guys, the two that aren't dealing with this, you have the horrid scene of literally watching their blood seep through their pores and their wounds as it begins to flow down their body and into this river.
Does anyone have some orange slices?
It's a horrifying scene because they're walking along.
Yeah,
they feel
don't,
like they're
don't
just fine,
describe
and
it
they're
any
like,
further. We
they're
can
like
we can picture
sweating
it.
buckets of blood. It's
Yeah,
disgusting.
we're like Jesus once again.
Oh no, in the Garden of Gethsemane. Gosh darn it, Aaron. Gosh darn it.
How many Bible
Very
references can we
off-putting.
fit
Not-
in like
we're
a
not
30
going to
minute
even
period?
reference the cross scene. We're not even gonna.
You're
No,
like,
we're not. You just
Edward's
did.
like clinging to you, and you look
I know.
over as Edward slips off your arm from the amount of blood that's now coated your armor because it's so slick.
All right.
Can I just
Not a
a-
fun scene.
As that happens, can I just like pick him up?
Yeah, do
yeah,
it. Bridal
make-
carry me.
Make an athletics check. This is for your
Abenthy has also fallen over, and
20.
Thimble is trying to pull him like across the
Renai will
way.
try to help Abenthy.
yeah, you guys start dragging out.
Edward will help by like kind of clinging to Cather like a small child that's
Clings to his
Wanting
dad.
to be held, I guess. Yeah.
The kid that fell asleep in the car and is like being carried to bed. Yeah,
Who is super awake but is like, I don't want to walk.
exactly. What you get, Cather?
20.
Cool. Your grip is like iron, as he is so freaking slippery. It's dumb. But yeah, you cradle him. You like
It's
latch
dumb.
onto his legs to make sure he doesn't go anywhere, and you keep walking.
Just latched onto his, like his ankle and his wrist.
I'm not dropping you. You guys make it across.
Dragging Edward behind him.
Aventhy's being dragged. Thimble was like,
Oh yeah.
you know, barely moving him. Renai's just grabbed him and is just like walking across. It's really difficult to pull Aventhy because you have to either grab his robes, which kind of like hike up and they get caught on things, or you have to grab his bloody hand. It's not a fun time.
Aventhy is like barely lucid from losing like this amount of blood. He's just like,
Yeah, it's bad.
Have I ever told you that if you just darken the shade of purple, it will really bring out your eyes?
This is already a really dark purple.
I know.
Do you
you
mean
just go
like
straight
black?
to like, yeah.
Okay, all right.
It will really bring out the abyss within you.
Whoa, all right. Hold on there, buddy. We're almost through. Don't worry.
You guys
It was just-
drag
wow.
the lucid Triplewitz
great.
out of the river of blood.
It's funny. This
And
is
it
so
does
funny.
feel like dragging like a waterlogged corpse out of the river.
on
Like
the bright side, I only weigh 90 pounds.
his 130 pounds of robes and backpack around him
Yeah,
is
yeah.
what's really the heavy part.
No, you should have just put me on the robe. That can carry like 4,000 on the backpack. 4,000
exactly.
pounds. Just carry me across.
You guys make it across the river of blood. Kind
Nice.
of in one piece. You sit, you
Or
rest for
pieces.
just a moment. Pieces, yeah, you know. Before continuing on, after a little while, a little bit of rest, Triplewitz, you do become slightly more lucid the further you get from the river of blood.
Oh, yes, the
Your
river-
blood stops like seeping out of your body and flowing into it, and it just kind of like remains circulating.
Is the sky supposed to be yellow? I thought it was red. Oh god, are those meteors or dark spots blocking my vision? It's going to be very difficult to cast my... Did I say anything silly? Like give
Oh,
you terrible outfit
no.
ideas while I was asleep?
No,
Oh,
not at
unconscious.
all. No, don't worry about it. No.
Because if it had anything to do with darkening the color, that was not me. You should not take that recommendation.
That was Nora speaking.
Every time.
Edward looks. Oh, you know, he just looks like he can't really believe what happened. He's just like, does anyone have like clean rag or something?
Good.
I do.
He's just like holding out his arms.
He pulls out a blood-soaked rag.
He looks so miserable.
I
About
would
now
reach
is when we're
deep
wishing Leshko was here, just because he can cast prestidigitation.
within my giant tailor's pack
Uh-huh.
to the farthest recesses within, where hopefully it has been cushioned away from the viscous blood and whatnot.
Viscous,
just pull
good
out-
word.
I know. Look, word of the day, Aaron. Here I am. And I'll
Viscosity.
pull out just like several rolls of bandages. I
Yeah,
say-
you just pull out gauze. Yes,
I
no,
can-
Perfect,
I
actually.
cannot see if these are clean. I've
definitely.
been
I
navigated
shouldn't
without
touch them.
sight.
Also, I'm
Someone
feeling really
bandage
lightheaded.
Edward. I can't conjure
I
orange
spend a few minutes wrapping up the boys.
Yeah, you
as-
you like feed us water, crackers.
with a little straw. Yeah, no, you mummified.
we get the little sticker that you get after you donate blood
I donated blood.
to the
hell?
river. What is this river called? The
The
Ventura.
river. It's
what-
called the River of Blood.
Oh, okay, there you go. How
Yeah,
could I have forgotten
Not a
that?
creative name, but it gets the point across. You guys,
I survived the river of blood.
that's a good way of putting it. You guys begin
T-shirt.
making your way away. You begin making your way away from. Is that a good
Bars.
sentence?
There you go. You got it.
Sure. Okay.
You
all right.
got there.
making
You got
your
there.
I wasn't
way
sure if that
away
like
from
made
the-
sense, but it does. You guys begin
River of
making your way away
blood.
from the River of Blood. Continuing on.
Nice.
Now walking the
Feel
opposite.
this.
So instead of following the small rivers that flow towards the River of Blood, you're now going against the flow. which is almost worse, as your feet kind of end up sloshing through blood and goo. Not a fun time.
Oh.
Especially at the beginning when it's like thick streams that are flowing in. As you get further away and the streams begin to thin out, it becomes a little bit better. After a few more hours of walking, there is another smell that begins to fill your nostrils. The smell of the iron begins to dissipate. You return to the smell of like strict sulfur for a while before you begin to smell a new smell, something almost
Maggoty.
earthy, maggoty-esque, like there's worms, like deep,
Compost.
compost, yes, freshly turned soil, compost, kind of that
Tomatoes.
the process that decomposing animals go through as they are eating flesh and stuff like that. You begin to have that sort of smell. You keep going and the smell becomes stronger and stronger, eventually until you notice in the distance that you have your jagged landscape that goes across, and in front of you, there's across the horizon, there's a pit. There's a little dimple in the horizon of just smooth nothingness before it continues on. You begin getting closer and the smell becomes stronger and stronger, and you notice that you have joined the ranks of souls that are making their way towards this dimple in the horizon.
Like a bunch of those like floating spectral guys that we saw
Yes.
earlier.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like there's legions of them or anything like that, but there are probably about 100 of them spread out around you over a couple of miles that are all making their way towards this pit. You get closer and closer and closer, avoiding the spikes, avoiding the spines. Eventually, you come upon the edge of this pit. Looks to be probably about a mile in diameter. This vast, massive hole in the where are we? The Nine Hells. This
Yes, the
massive
first
hole in the
layer
Nine
of
Hells.
Venus.
I was gonna say this massive hole in the abyss, but that doesn't work.
Yeah, we're not there.
Lining this pit, you see hundreds of thousands of almost like cocoons with
Yeah.
these creatures kind of ringing around and in them. And they are maggot-like creatures. They're like, we're talking like 6-foot maggots, kind of
It's
squirming.
Grant's
and-
least favorite thing.
I actually really don't like maggots. It's like
Maggots
actually
are gross.
one of the
They're
things
really-
that gets to me.
No,
I'm usually pretty good with stuff, but for some reason, maggots, I just can't do it.
yeah. Well,
I forgot that.
I apologize, but if you've ever like opened up a bag that's like full of maggots,
Yes, I
it's
can't
that
do it,
scene,
dude.
but they're
Or
like,
like trash
6-foot
cans,
maggots.
bro.
Yeah,
And it's like,
no,
I
not
hate
even-
Yeah,
this.
but
And
they're
DJ's like,
big maggots.
man, I feel that. By the way, this is exactly what that is.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
worry,
come
I
on.
can handle it.
It's terrible. These cocoons line this rim, and they go down as far as you can see with these massive maggots that both look to be within the cocoons, but also like tending to them. It's an interesting play. Go ahead and make intelligence or insight checks for me as you kind of figure out.
All of us?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Did you say insight was one of the options?
Is it any type of
Okay.
intelligence check?
How about a 7?
Nature?
Is nature intelligence?
I don't know. Is it?
Nature's wisdom.
No,
No,
nature's
nature
not.
is intelligence.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's
because
dumb.
yeah, it's annoying. Yeah.
That's really stupid.
I got a 29.
I don't suppose it's a history check.
I got a 12.
And I said 7 already.
Okay. 7.
Not very good.
30
39.
20 for me.
30, 20. Renaya and Triple Wits. You guys take a look at this, and it begins to click as you realize the hierarchy of this pit. You have the souls that enter into the pit. They then are transformed into these maggot-like creatures that spend who knows how long tending to the cocoons that eventually transform maggots that have been there supposedly longer or are more privileged or more favored or whatever, that are being transformed into different fiends. It looks like most commonly lesser devils like bone devils and pit fiends and all that type of stuff. It's kind of, it's an interesting cycle of like almost like purgatory, like earning your way up the ranks to becoming a devil before you even get out into the ranks of the fiendish hierarchy. There's a system for everything is basically kind of what you're getting at with the devils. For Cather and Edward, you can't get over the fact that there are millions of 6-foot maggots wriggling around in a pit.
Yeah, no, that's really great.
Now, I'd like to point out, Grant and Edward, right, heard the term Pit of Maggots. I just thought that was a clever name.
No, it's a literal maggot
I
pit.
really didn't expect it to actually be a literal pit of
Cather-
actual maggots. I didn't
Cather
actually think
will-
that would be the case.
We'll begin the process of casting Find Steed.
Cather begins the process of throwing up.
Apathy just
And-
goes, this is a very intelligently designed pit.
Is this supposed to be with where Belle is?
Abinthy and Renaya.
In there?
As you look around this, there's another thing that you notice, especially you, Renaya. You look into the pit, you realize the system, you realize it's repulsive, you look away from the pit. You're like, okay, I got it, I don't need to. You begin looking around. You notice not all that far away, half a mile, maybe a mile away, there's a massive cavern built into this outcropping. And you see 5 small tendrils of smoke that emanate from the cavern.
Oh, the architecture is just incredible.
Abinthy, it's just a pit. It's just a
Oh, no, no,
hole.
no.
How far away is it?
You're looking
About
behind
half
the
a mile, a
scene.
mile.
Okay.
Look, if only you could see
I'm
with
going
my
to
eyes.
re-summon Pockets.
See over there, that vein.
Oh, he doesn't want
I'm
to see
so
you.
sorry. I'm so sorry, but I need you to do it again. You're such a good scout. Please.
As he's like transforming into a bat, he already knows like what you're wanting him to do.
I'll make it up to you, I promise.
He's already got. He's just,
Legends of Logomancy. Welcome in. Thank you for the
Oh.
raid.
hi, friend.
Yes.
Welcome,
Thank you for the
everybody.
Welcome,
raid.
welcome.
We're reaching the end of our episode. Also,
Things are gross.
We're in hell.
yeah,
With
we are in
maggots.
hell. There might be a few slightly disturbing imagery if you don't like maggots and things like that, just so you know. But welcome in. Thank you for being here.
You send Pockets out, and it takes him, only a few minutes to fly over there. As he begins to get closer, you can sense in Pockets. You can kind of get a feel for his emotions.
Yeah, she's also gonna be like looking through, so she'll like grab onto Edward or Abinthy, whoever's closer, and just.
Perfect. You
Happens to
sense-
like, yes.
You residing in Pockets, you recognize this fear that begins to blossom within him. The fear of dragons, the effect that they can have on mortal beings, and the intimidating presence. The only issue is you're still like a mile away from this creature. You realize that this thing either has to be so powerful or so big that within a mile radius of it, it emanates its fear effect.
Yeah, that's TMS right there. We want to stay far away from that.
So, you're implying, just so I understand, am I on the right page, everybody, that he's implying a dragon in hell?
Yes, that's Tiamat. She
That's
So
Tiamat.
you know the 5-headed dragon that has one head of each of the chromatic dragons?
No.
Yeah. No. Is it like Hydra?
Not know that. Oh my
so
gosh. Let's
okay,
see. Why?
so Grant, to recap, Tiamat is basically the she's
Evil
tec-
queen of evil dragons.
Yeah, she's technically, again, in normal D&D canon, she's technically an evil dragon god who is the evil queen of chromatic dragons.
So we came
Who
looking
lives
for
in
Belle,
lives in hell.
and we found the evil demon dragon.
I
Queen.
am going to redirect
very
Pockets to have him not go in there anymore, and
That's a good
then
idea.
instead follow. Oh, it was like I'm trying to remember the instructions we got.
Bottom of the
It was
pit.
like it was like the bottom of the Pockets.
Pockets has a a plane like sound as he flies back, and he goes as he dives into the pit. He's gone for a very long time. It probably takes him about 3 hours to get down and back flying as of that.
Nice.
Okay, I'm going to like.
I have a question before you do anything. That may just make this very easy if you're interested.
Okay.
Theoretically, knowing that we are looking for an item, would Renaya have chosen at one of our long rests to switch out one of your spells with locate object?
I already have it prepared.
Oh, you're so good at this game.
However,
I was sitting
within
there, I'm
like
like,
1,000 feet.
Why don't that's
well,
a spell
I was
that I always take and I
I
never
can
get
cast
to.
through Pockets. I'm
Yeah.
sending
Let's
Pockets
go.
down.
Nice.
And then
One step
gonna-
ahead.
I do. I need to
You're
check
so
and
much
see.
better at
Do I
this
need
game.
to know what the object?
That's what I
looks
need to double
like?
check is. Yeah, if do you need to be familiar with it?
Yeah, an object
Um,
that is familiar to you.
Yeah.
I can't believe that
It can
Belle is in this pit.
Let's see.
locate a specific object known to you. But you
As long
would have
as you
had
see
to
As
have
long
seen
as
it
you've seen it up close
within
within 30 feet at least once.
Alternatively, it can locate the nearest object of a
object
particular
of a particular
kind,
kind.
such as some
Okay.
kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture.
Interesting.
Or a
Ooh.
dagger.
Artifact
Perhaps?
dagger. Literally,
go.
what's the likeliness
Okay.
that any of the other one is?
Well, you
Yeah.
can't. You couldn't specify the rarity of it. You could say dagger, but you can go artifact dagger.
How many daggers are you gonna find?
These maggots don't have
Yeah,
daggers.
we'll.
That's what really makes it hellish. They carry daggers in their mouths.
Look, you can't take
and-
it with you.
That is not
Renaya's
true.
going to stay watching through Pockets the whole time, and she is like, and anytime she does this, like, she is mentally communicating with him, because that makes me really sad for him to like be doing this all by himself. So she's like, you're
Yeah.
great, buddy. Like, you
You're
got
you're
this.
encouraging
I'm right
him
here, don't
as
worry."
he's literally just like flapping
Like,
around, and
here's
he's
the- and
terrified.
And I also have it so like, and Pockets would know this as well. If I sense Pockets is in danger, I will just poof him. Like,
Okay.
I will dismiss him. Like, I won't let him get hurt.
At no point do you feel like he's truly in incredible danger. No more than just the natural situation of diving into a pit in hell. But yeah, it's not a fun experience because there's no light, and he's going for hours. So the pit is, multiple miles deep. It's a very, 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 very deep pit. The reason why Belle built this thing here is because it's nearly impossible to get to. Any mortal is going to get, if they were to jump into the pit and try and cast something like a feather fall right at the last second to make sure that they didn't die, they have no clue how close they are to the ground. They could cast it, go for their minute, and they'd still be falling after that, and do that all 30 times that they could, and they could still be falling in theory. It's a terrifying experience realizing that you're going into an endless pit of blackness.
Right.
All while there's literally demons or devils being created around you with that knowledge. It's a very terrifying experience, but you go through it. Eventually, as you go, about hour 45 into the dive, there begins to be a ever slight glow in the distance as you head down. Almost like the glow of kind of like a coal, like seeing one coal out in the night. Pockets continues down deeper and deeper and deeper. the coal, this ever so slight ember glow, beginning to grow and grow and grow until you see a literal burning castle at the bottom of this. You watch as there are mortal souls that are slowly falling all around you. You haven't been able to see them at all because it's pitch blackness. But as the light kind of comes up from this, you see mortal souls that are drifting down the pit with you. As they approach, their essence, their soul, their livelihood, the entirety of who they are, the encapsulation of their soul, goes and burns as fuel to keep this contraption, this castle, this keep, the pits, the formation of these devils. You're not quite sure what the extent of it is, but you quickly recognize that this whole thing is powered off the backs of sacrificing human souls.
That's pretty dark.
They come down, they burn. As Pockets continues, it's hard to get close because the heat is, it's intense heat, it's bright, it's difficult, but he does manage to get close enough that you can see that beyond the flames, there is an actual building with an interior to it. With the burning castle fledged off of, or fueled by the burning sensation, or not the burning sensation. Man, I'm messing up this outro. With the castle lit by the burning souls of the damned. We're going to go ahead and end tonight's episode. Give you guys a week to think about how you're going to get down there and what you guys are going to do. I'm sure Aaron already has it figured out, but...
Nope.
That might be the grimmest ending to an episode we've ever had.
Oh, what? You know, the death, the literal,
I mean,
permanent, complete death of anything and everything that ever
I
exists.
guess we are like in hell.
The death of children was that was pretty dark.
That was a
That
pretty
was
dark one,
pretty
too. That was really
bad.
odd.
Yeah.
That one was not intentionally supposed to be dark. I just said a thing and then I was like, oh crap, did I just like ruin everybody's life? This one I was intentional. We're going to go ahead and end tonight's episode. I hope you guys enjoyed walking through hell.
Oh, dude.
Thanks
maybe
for the
not.
raid, guys.
But-
It was horrible.
Thanks for sticking
the
around
raid.
for
We
this.
appreciate you guys. If you like this type of content, it's not always this dark and grim, but they're literally walking through hell. So what are you going to do about it?
What are you
What
gonna
did I
do?
do?
You know, what are you gonna
There
do?
you have it.
We do make more D&D content. This is our main campaign. We then talk about it. We also have a side series going on for Halloween right now. We have one-shots, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. We're a D&D show. It's great.
Actually have potentially new people in here, so we should at least tell them the times. It would be Wednesday at 7 p.m. CST. We have our side show, Between the Rows, Sins of the Father. DM by
It's
me.
spooky.
It's our Halloween. It's spooky. We're going to be on episode 4, but episode 1, 2, and 3 are somewhere probably. Lydia has her hand raised.
Oh, and Pockets is the MVP of this episode. And
Yes.
if you want to support Pockets and Lydia, you can go to my website because there's a new Pockets in a Pocket
Yes.
design inspired by the
And
Ginger Pocket
it
design.
looks great. Also, on Thursday, I run a little talk show with whoever's available for that day to talk about what happens on Monday and Wednesday called Table Scraps. So show up there at 1:30 p.m. CST if you want to hang out and talk and stuff like that. And that's our additional shows. If you want to finish up the rest of your plugs, I didn't mean to fully steal.
No,
all that
you're
from you.
good. You're good. But Legends of Logomancy, the ones you rated, they were at level 5 and they took on 4 Wendigos and Hill Giant. So shout out because you already know we can do that.
That's some beef. I could do it.
Yeah,
I was
I
gonna
know.
say,
I would've
Aaron and I
died.
could do that.
Drew and
Yeah.
I squatted up.
Like, in the
No,
first
they
place,
would have
second
carried
place
us.
you two, actually. So
Yeah. Well,
Thank
I would die.
you guys so much for watching. I hope I didn't put too many of you off with the blood and gore. Come back next week for more of it. Come back
More
on
blood and gore.
Wednesday
Ooh.
to watch our Between the Rows, Sins of the Father. Just a reminder, October 31st, if you show up here expecting a main campaign stream, you will not be getting that. You will be getting the finale of Between the Rows. It's going to be 4 hours long.
Halloween
Full episode.
special.
It's going to be great. So yeah, we're going to have a really great time with that. Enjoy that. I don't think we have anything else to say. good luck and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. We love you guys. We hope you had a great time. We hope you come back, share it with your friends. So long. Have a great night.
See you next time.
Bye.
Goodbye.